everyday health, it has a big impact on health outcomes. And the figure on the left is from a study in the UK by the King's Fund, but to be honest, the results would be borne out wherever you are in the world. And what it shows is that although we've made huge strides forward in life expectancy, largely because of companies like ours and big strides forward in healthcare, there remain stubbornly big differences in health outcomes. And that's for different reasons. So the first image shows the difference in life expectancy between the poorest households and the richest. And what we can see is that there are still huge gaps. So for women, the gap is 8.6 years between the poorest and the richest households. And that's got worse over the course of the pandemic, which has exacerbated existing inequalities. So it slipped back by 0.7 years. And for men, unfortunately, it's even worse news. The difference is 10.4 years, and that's got worse by over a year. So this issue of people not being as included as they could be in everyday health is a big problem. And it also impacts specific communities more than others. So moving on to the kind of image in the middle, what we see is that some communities are hit harder than others. So starting with race and ethnicity, in the US, 7 in 10 African Americans feel that they are not treated fairly when they encounter healthcare settings. And sadly, that's also borne out with outcomes as well. We see that, for example, African American children in the US who suffer from asthma have a 500% higher chance of dying from it than white children. So it's not just a kind of perception of unfairness, it's also borne out by big differences in health outcomes as well. And then turning to another community, the LGBTQ plus community, that's the community that faced particular problems with bias and prejudice when they're seeking healthcare advice. In fact, so much so that many people from that community hesitate to get advice. And in fact, a study by Stonewall in the UK showed that 1 in 7 people put off or don't seek healthcare advice altogether because they've had such a negative experience with bias and prejudice. And obviously that leads to worse health outcomes if you delay getting treatment or don't go and get it at all. And then people from the disabled community also have big problems. And many people from that community struggle to access healthcare facilities and don't find them as inclusive as they could be. So big problems with large parts of our population being held back and not as included as they might be. And it's not just a problem for people and society, it's also a problem for the economy. So the statistic on the right is one from our friends at McKinsey, who are very good at economic modelling. And what it shows is that over the last century, 1/3 of the growth in the economy has come from improvements in health. So that's a staggering amount, only just slightly behind the gains that have come from education. And they also did some clever modelling to not just look backwards at how much health has helped grow the economy, but also to look forwards at what could happen if we did a better job of including more people in opportunities for health. And what they did was to look at if we implemented health interventions that we already know work, so things like better sanitation, helping people adhere to medication better, we could make a huge difference to healthy outcomes. And in fact, 65 could be the new 55, and that would add a huge amount of productive life to people's lives, which is great for people as individuals, but it's also great for the economy. And what they showed was if you projected that forward between 2020 and 2040, it would lead to 8% additional GDP growth, which I'm sure is something that most societies would very much like to have. So at Haleon, we believe that everyday health should be within reach for everyone, and we've set an ambitious goal to empower millions more people to be better included in opportunities for everyday health, empowering 50 million people a year by 2025. Now that's a complex challenge, and it's certainly not one we're going to achieve on our own, not least because a lot of health happens outside the formal healthcare sector and is driven by this very complicated mix of things called the social determinants of health. So that's the circumstances in which we're born, we grow, we get older, we live, we work, and it's multifactorial. So it's going to require action from lots of different people, companies like ours, but also by government and others to create the right conditions where more people can enjoy the maximum health potential that they could. And what we've looked at as Haleon is, okay, well, we can't tackle all of those different social determinants of health, but where do we think we're best placed to make a difference? And we're focusing on 3 key barriers that stand in the way of people's everyday health and focusing on those. So the first one is health literacy. Whichever sort of statistics you look at, there are big challenges with health literacy, with people not feeling confident in understanding their own health, not knowing what to do, what are the right healthy behaviours for them to adopt. And of course, there's lots of confusing information out there that makes it doubly difficult for people to know what's the right thing to do. People often lack the support they need from family, from carers, from their community, or from experts to help them know what's the right thing to do. And sometimes, as I've said, they can be anxious and reticent to seek care for lots of different reasons. So at Haleon, we're really committed to helping grow health literacy, help people acquire the knowledge they need and the confidence so that they feel they really understand their health and they know what to do about it. The second barrier we're focusing on is healthcare accessibility. So healthcare isn't always as accessible as it could be for people and doesn't always come to them in a format that works, as you saw with the statistics on the disabled community, for example. There are also challenges around people's ability to access. We know the health system is very overstretched. It can be difficult to get a GP appointment, for example, and so how can we help broaden the frontier of health so that people can access it in different ways that fit with the realities of their lives, for example. So again, in that area, we're really committed to widening the front line of healthcare and giving people different ways that they can access, which obviously is good for business, but it's also good for people because it helps them find healthcare in ways that work for them, their schedule, and the realities of their daily life. And then the third barrier is bias and prejudice. So it's not always the case that the right inclusive policies are in place to help everyone feel included. And there's also lots of issues around unhelpful cultural norms, bias and prejudice, conscious and unconscious bias that mean too many people are still held back from being able to be fully included in everyday health. And again, we think that's something that needs to change, and we're committed to tackling bias and prejudice, really challenging some of those unhelpful cultural norms and beliefs that get in the way of people's health and helping to encourage more enabling policies and practices to be put in place. So just wanted to say a bit about what are we doing against those three barriers and give a few examples. So first of all, on health literacy, we do a lot of work through our brands and also outreach with health professionals to equip people with the knowledge, tools, resources, diagnostics to help them better understand their health conditions and know what to do about it. And one example of that is the work that Otrivan does around air pollution. So we do work in schools through a programme called Actions to Breathe Cleaner that is helping children, teachers, their parents and the community understand about air pollution, where it is, how you can avoid it by choosing a different way to school, for example, and simple everyday things you can do to reduce your exposure and the impact that has on your respiratory health. We're also doing that with pharmacists through the Clean Breathing Institute, helping pharmacists better understand the effect of air pollution on health and give trusted advice to their patients so that they know what to do about it. Because often they find people turning up at the pharmacy kind of not understanding why my asthma or whatever condition they've got has got worse, and sometimes it can be because of that. In the second area, healthcare accessibility, I just wanted to touch on two examples. So one is work that Voltaren is doing. They've worked with the Arthritis Foundation on some award-winning work to really understand what it's like to have arthritis and the frustrations that come with that. And the brand's redesigned its products to make them much more easy for people to use when they're suffering from small joint pain and really find it difficult to cope with fiddly products and packaging. They've also redesigned their communication materials because if you're suffering from arthritis, those fiddly kind of mouse scrolls and clicks can be a real, literally, pain in the hands to be able to navigate a website. So they brought in navigation that you can do with your head, with your voice, and different things so that you don't have that frustrating experience. We're also working at a corporate level. In the last year, we partnered with Microsoft to expand the functionality of their Seeing AI app, and that's an app which kind of narrates the world, so turns visual into spoken cues for people who have a visual impairment or who have difficulty reading. And through that, what people can do is use their phone and the app to scan a barcode, and it turns product information into spoken, narrated information so that you can understand more about the product and know how to use it right or in the right way for you. And then the final area, bias and prejudice, just wanted to talk about some work that our Theraflu brand is doing in the US. Now, I think all of us in this room probably take it for granted that if we fall sick, as many more of us have done over the last year with cough and cold, as Nicholas said, that we can take a day off and take time out to rest and recover. But unfortunately, that's not the case for everyone, and some 92% of Americans have said that they had to push through and go to work sick, even when they didn't feel like it, either because of cultural pressure or because of loss of earnings, because they couldn't take time off and still be paid for it. And so what Theraflu is campaigning for is for everyone to have the right to rest and recover when they fall sick. And they're doing that by trying to change those cultural norms that put people under pressure to kind of power through and go to work sick. But also by partnering with the Good Plus Foundation, which is an NGO that's providing microgrants to people who couldn't otherwise afford to take a day off when they fall sick, to be able to do that when they fall ill with an everyday illness. Another thing we're doing is partnering with economists, so with the Economist Impact team, to really deeply understand better what is it that's standing in the way of people being included in everyday health. And we partnered with economists to create the world's first health inclusivity index, the first version of which was launched in October last year. And what it does is it looks at 40 countries around the world at the moment, and it examines the extent to which those countries are taking action to overcome the personal, social, cultural, and political barriers that might stand in the way of people's ability to enjoy good mental and physical health and a life fully realised. And it does it at the moment looking in 3 domains. So it looks at health in society. So to what extent do countries have the right policies and practices in place to include everyone, and are they really taking active steps to do that? It also looks at infrastructure. So is healthcare infrastructure accessible? Are the right workforce in the right places to make it accessible equally to everybody? And then the third domain is people and community empowerment. So are countries doing enough to grow health literacy, to do community outreach, and to overcome some of the kind of myths and biases that might be getting in the way of some communities being as included as they could be? And there were 3 big findings that came out of the work we did last year. So the first one, which I think is very relevant for all of us, is the huge importance of people and community empowerment. So what we saw was that 8 out of the 10 highest performing countries in the index performed highest in this domain. And that's really because what it shows is it's so important to put power in the hands of people to actively look after their own health. And when you do that, they are more included and they enjoy better health outcomes. The second big finding, which is really interesting, particularly for governments, is the link between health inclusivity and healthy life expectancy. So we saw a really strong correlation between the two. So the more you include people in everyday health, the more they're likely to live longer. And that's really important for governments who are all struggling at the moment with this dilemma of people living longer, but not necessarily living longer in good health, and having a proportion of time at the end of their life where they're not in good health, which is not good news for people and individuals, but it's also not good news for governments because that requires a lot of money. And the third finding was about money, actually, and it showed that it isn't just about spending more, that money doesn't necessarily buy you more inclusivity. And we found, somewhat surprisingly, that the US, which is the highest spending country by quite a measure in terms of the percentage of its GDP it invests in health, actually came out 11th in the index. Whereas other countries who spend considerably less, for example, Indonesia and Rwanda, perform way ahead of where you might expect them to based on their spend. And that was due in part to them really acing it on the first finding, which is they do an incredible job of empowering people and communities to look after their health. So it kind of shows how important that can be in levelling the playing field. Now, health inclusivity is also good for business. So it's not just good for people in society, it's also good for business. And what we see, as Nicholas talked about earlier, is this massive enthusiasm that people have to look after their health. So we recently did a study in Europe with Ventura where we saw that 8 out of 10 people want to take more active self-care out of their health, but only 2 out of 10 people feel very confident they know how to do it. So lots of enthusiasm for this, but lots of hesitancy because people don't really know how to do it. And that's a big opportunity for us. And as I talked about why we're focusing on health literacy and really helping people feel more confident and empowered and knowing how to look after their health. And that can help overcome some of the gaps that exist. So, for example, 9 out of 10 people experience pain, but only 1 in 3 do something to treat it immediately. Now, that's a problem for people because they're going around needlessly experiencing pain that they needn't do. But it's also a problem for us because we've got products that could help them, but they're not buying them or not using them in the moment when they need them. Coming back to bias and prejudice, that's also a problem for business because when people experience that, they often internalize it and come to a view, well, you know, that's just how it is for someone like me. It can't get any better, so I'm not going to do anything about it. And one of the instances where we've seen that is very strong is with older adults. And there's such negative portrayals of aging out there that often what people do is kind of internalize that and just think, well, it's normal. I'm getting older. I'm going to experience back pain, or I'm going to have more sensitive teeth, or whatever it is. And so they just think, well, that's just how it is, and there's no point doing anything about it because it's just because I'm getting older. And yet that's not necessarily the case. You know, they could be treating this, and it's not an inevitable thing that you can avoid. So there's lots of opportunity for us to overcome some of these problems, and by doing so, not just help people and improve their health, but also grow our business. And I just wanted to quote one statistic from a study that was done in the US by IRI. And what they did was look at people's attitudes to self-care and how confident and empowered they felt, and then correlated that with their spending. And what they saw was that the most empowered and confident people, who I think they call proactive prioritizers, spend much more on healthcare. In fact, 12.5% more. So getting people to be more confident, feel more empowered about their health is good for them, and it's also good for us, because then they adopt more healthcare habits and spend more actively in our categories. Now, I realised I was going to play a video a minute ago, which I skipped over and didn't give the cue to the team. So I'm going to do that in a second, if you just hold on, which is that I've thrown lots of statistics at you to talk about why health inclusivity matters, but it's also obviously a very deeply human thing. And we've done some work at Haleon to do what we called lived experience research, to understand people's deeply human experience of not being as included as they could be in everyday health, to understand what that feels like, but also, most importantly, what can we do about it? So I'm going to just play a video in a minute to share with you 3 stories of people from all around the world and their particular frustrations and challenges that they face in not being as included as they could be. And it also has some ideas of what we could do about it. So we could play the video now. Thank you.
我是台卫国。
I'm Bev.
My name is Jamie Sanders.
"然后去找，其实是挺迷茫的。
One of the most difficult things is actually getting to appointments.
I don't want to be seen as just a black woman. I'm more than that.
很多时候，医生他们给的一些治疗方案也好，还是他们给的一些建议也好，其实我们听起来都不太懂。我们希望能够把这些专业的东西变得能够让我们更容易去理解。我希望能够有更专业的渠道帮助我们去获得这些专业方面的信息。
If I wake up in so much pain, I have to cancel at the last minute. I wish they could do home visits.
A lot of patients with migraine who seek emergency acute care are treated as drug seekers. And what I learned was that as a woman, my pain wasn't validated. There needs to be greater leadership from our white allies and counterparts in this movement.
Great. So thank you for giving me a chance to play the video that I nearly forgot to play. So hopefully I've convinced you, if not with rational statistics, with some personal emotive stories, that health inclusivity matters. I'm going to go on now to talk about why making healthcare more sustainable also matters. If you weren't already convinced by Nicholas saying it's one of his 10 Stairways to Heaven, or I probably messed up his phraseology. So why does this matter? It matters not least because people can't be healthy on a planet that isn't. We all depend on the planet for healthy and safe water, clean, safe water to drink, clean air to breathe, nutritious food to eat, and green spaces where we can get out, exercise, and enjoy nature. And I think we all know that some of those things are under pressure. In fact, the WHO cites climate change as the #1 biggest threat to human health, and that's the case because it's threatening some of those basic building blocks that we rely on: the clean air to breathe, the safe water to drink, the nutritious food to eat. And obviously, some of the most obvious impacts of climate change are when you have extreme weather events and things that happen with droughts, floods, hurricanes, and so on. But there's also kind of ongoing groundswell of issues happening where it's making 200 kind of common diseases worse. It's leading to some conditions like malaria and dengue popping up in places they never did before and becoming more prevalent, but also leading to other problems. So to bring that to life, if my slide moves on. There we go. Oh, I've gone too far now. Yeah, I just wanted to start by talking about allergies, so bringing it right back to the everyday. I'm an allergy sufferer myself. I suffer from hay fever, and goodness me, did I know that when I walked to the train this morning past lots of gorgeous-looking blossoming trees, which look lovely, but are a bit of a nightmare if you're a hay fever sufferer. And unfortunately, because of changes to the climate, where the climate is getting hotter, but it's also getting wetter, the allergy season is getting much longer. In fact, it's 20 days longer than it was before. And the load of pollen in the atmosphere is also more, 21% more. And those pesky molds and spores that thrive so well when we have lots of wet weather are getting 8 times more potent than they previously were. So if you're an allergy sufferer, you may have noticed that your symptoms are starting earlier in the year and they're lasting longer, and they might be worse than they were before. And that's in part due to some of the changes coming from climate change. We've also got lots of problems with air pollution, and that's really linked to climate change. 2/3 of air pollution comes from the burning of fossil fuels, which obviously we all know is a big driver of climate change, but it's also a big driver of more particulate matter in the air and air pollution. And that's having a big effect on people's health. 9 out of 10 of us are regularly breathing air that exceeds WHO safe limits, and that's having a big impact on health in terms of excess deaths, but also making respiratory illnesses worse, and more people experiencing conditions like asthma that never did before. It's also intriguingly having an effect on pain, which is one of the more unexpected ones, where the more we have extreme heat and drought, the more people experience headaches and migraines more often. And then there's also links to joint pain. So when you have lots more wet weather and cold weather, that plays havoc with people who have joint pain. And 75% of them, in fact, in a recent survey in the UK, said that they've noticed their symptoms get worse based on the weather. And then bugs are appearing in places they never did before, like mosquitoes and so on, and that's causing disease spread. And this is a fairly scary statistic. So if we didn't all need convincing about taking action on climate change, I think this one really kind of does it, where the Lancet kind of forecast, if temperatures keep rising and we don't do anything about it, what will happen in terms of people at threat of malaria and dengue. And what they showed was that by the end of the century, by 2100, 6.4 to 8.1 billion people would be at risk of those diseases. So we certainly can't get to that point. I mean, goodness knows what sort of planet we would or wouldn't have by then anyway, if temperatures carried on like that, but it's certainly not good news for people's health. And then unfortunately, like we saw with health inclusivity, it's the most vulnerable people that are affected first and hardest. And that's because often they're more susceptible to these health threats. They're more exposed to them, and they're less able to adapt. So if we think about it, if you're an older person or a younger person or someone with an underlying health condition, your immune system isn't as strong. And so when a vector-borne illness pops up, or more respiratory health problems come along, you're more susceptible to that. And so those people are impacted more. You're also often more likely to have a higher exposure. So think about air pollution, for example. It's often people from lower incomes who live next to busy roads in industrial areas or work in certain jobs where their exposure to that is going to be worse. And so then you feel the impact more than other people do. And often those people have less opportunity to adapt. So you can't just up sticks and move house or move jobs or move to a different area. It's very difficult to remove yourself from that exposure. So that's a problem, that it's the kind of most vulnerable in society that are most hit. And what that means is that I think as healthcare companies, we've got an opportunity and a responsibility to act. So we've got a responsibility to be part of the solution, not the problem. And I think all of us, many of us in this room, have got big goals of our own on tackling climate change, making our packaging more sustainable, using trusted ingredients sustainably sourced in a way that's good for people and planet. And that's really important because we, more than anyone, are super close to understanding that effect that impacts on the environment are having on people's health. I think there's also a lot we can do to use that understanding that we've got to raise awareness of the fact that these aren't just problems out there impacting the world somewhere over there. There are problems that are impacting me, my world, and my allergies, for example, or someone else's child's asthma getting worse right here, right now. And that can help drive more urgency of action around tackling these problems. It can also open up opportunities for innovation. So I think, as Nicholas said earlier, we are in this kind of uncomfortable situation where as health threats get worse, our businesses do well. And as things like air pollution become a bigger problem for more people, people look for ways to defend themselves against it, and also against some of these other issues that I talked about. And so that represents an innovation opportunity for us to offer people products that help protect them against the impact of these new threats they're facing or facing more often. And Otravin's done that, for example, creating a nasal wash product to help people get rid of pollution in their nose, which is our best filter and kind of personal protective device against pollution. And if you can stop it there and not allow it to go into your respiratory system, that's a really good thing. So just on that topic of raising awareness about the links, I think as healthcare companies, we are very close to understanding that. And I think we can do a lot to raise awareness that, you know, climate change isn't just a big, serious problem over there. It's happening right here, right now. And we're doing that along with Forum for the Future, an NGO, and partners, some of whom are in this room. So we're working with Reckitt, with Bupa, and with Walgreens Boots Alliance as part of a coalition called the Climate and Health Coalition. And that's really, its mission is to raise awareness of those links so that people really understand this is a problem right here, right now. It's impacting people's health today. It's not something for the future. But also importantly, providing practical toolkits of, so what can I do about it then as a business? How can I take actions that can help combat climate change and also deliver benefits for health? So I hope, looking around the room, I'm getting some nods and positive expressions that you're convinced as to why healthcare needs to become more inclusive and more sustainable. And at Haleon, we're definitely committed to that. What we want to do is improve people's health and well-being, but do it in a way that respects the environment. And that's why we've got clear commitments around improving health inclusivity, as I talked about, tackling environmental barriers to health, and then upholding high standards for people and planet across our value chain in everything we do. But obviously, we're just one company, and there's only so much we can do on our own. But if we all act together as healthcare companies, we can do so much more. And my invitation to you is, how can we together make better everyday health more inclusive, more sustainable, and more achievable for more people? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sarah, and I was certainly one of the people nodding at different points there. Now, Sarah will not be with us for the whole day. She has to go to a very exciting event this afternoon and help at the AGM, which is very much a new event for Haleon. But she will be here during the break. Can I ask if there are any questions now? If so, please wave from the back or the sides? No? I mean, I think for me, the one area, well, there are two areas. One, of course, is the ingredient tracking and making sure these are sustainable sources. Also, the packaging. And I mean, all of the consumer healthcare and pharma companies have the problem of maintaining the efficacy, purity, and strength and longevity of the different products, but then packaging them in a way that is not terribly recyclable. Any comment?
Yeah, I think it is a big challenge because as an industry, we've got to hit so many different parameters in terms of safety, efficacy, long shelf life, child resistant, senior friendly. You know, that we're kind of trying to juggle between all these different requirements, which can make it very difficult. I just think we need to be more innovative then as a result. So it kind of ups the ante on us to find different technologies that we can use to make our packaging recyclable, to use less virgin plastic, for example, and we're definitely working on that at Haleon. I think it also does need some changes in policy, because there's some rather inconsistent policy happening where, you know, like in the EU, for example, where there's the packaging and packaging waste directive that wants all packaging to be recyclable by 2030, and if you're a medicine, you've got until 2035. But at the same time, you face other requirements, on the other hand, that are quite difficult, and restrictions around, for example, your ability to use recycled content into your packaging, which is a key lever that we could all be pulling to use less virgin plastic. So I think there's some pushing that needs to happen, and delighted if people in the room fancy joining in with some of that pushing to get the different bits of regulation to kind of join up. Because to make some of those shifts to make our packaging more sustainable, we need the regulatory environment to make it possible. And obviously we need to bring the evidence to show that we can do it in a safe, effective way and meet all the other parameters we need. But we do need minds to open, I think, to make some things possible that perhaps aren't yet.
Thank you. Very good answer. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm sure you'll find people in the coffee break a little bit later on want to come and talk to you, and good luck with all the projects.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay, we're taking a slightly different tack now. We're beginning the first session, and there are several throughout the day, of showing you entries for the Colin Borg Awards. Many of you will remember Colin, who was a participant in our conferences for many years, sadly no longer with us, and our awards are named in his honour and in his memory. Now, we're going to see three people introduce short films about their particular products that have been entered, and these are the sort of finalists. Now, please look carefully, and please have in front of you the voting form that is in your pack. At the end of this, and we'll repeat this, we will ask you to put the three products in 1, 2, 3 order, 1 being the highest. And we need you to vote. This is really important, and it's your chance to really play a part by putting your mark on the paper. So to start, I think Maciej Orzelski, and I apologize for my poor pronunciation, is coming up to talk to us about one of the really go-ahead launches in Poland, which has done a lot on erectile dysfunction switches, and this is a Tadalafil switch, Tadalafil Maxigra. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So I'm happy to present to you today the first in the world switch from RX to OTC of Tadalafil, which is a substance for erectile dysfunction. It works similarly to sildenafil that you may be all aware of because it's in Viagra. But at the same time, it works not only 5 hours, but 36 hours. And it's quite important for the consumer because not always you can, plan according to and act according to your plan. So sometimes you need more time for basically freedom of choice. So that's why we think it's important for the consumers, and you will see in a moment the video that will show you the details of the switch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to present a true success story of Maxigra, the world's first implementation of Tadalafil over the counter, and an effective campaign called Better Sex, Better Life. Sex is a crucial aspect of life. The quality of sex drives the quality of life. 65% of adults agree that better sex is a better life. Erectile dysfunction is a common problem that affects many aspects of men's life. Their self-esteem, self-confidence, but also their relationships. Since 2016, Maxigra has been providing sildenafil, the most popular molecule available over the counter that brings back the readiness for sex in men for up to 5 hours. 2022 was a breakthrough year on the erectile dysfunction market. Poland became the very first country in the world where a new molecule called Tadalafil has been switched from RX to OTC. And Tadalafil Maxigra was the first brand in the world launching Tadalafil on the OTC market. Today, Tadalafil Maxigras is the most effective solution for the erectile dysfunction, with the longest effect that can last up to 36 hours. Take it easy. One does not need to be active for all of the 36 hours, but only at times when truly needed. Tadalafil Maxigras simply gives men more freedom and readiness for spontaneous sex at the right moment. Pharmacies were very excited with the new breakthrough molecule and could not wait to get Tadalafil Maxigras on their shelves. This has led to a very rapid stocking up of the distribution channel. Soon after, the dedicated TV campaign was launched in mid-August 2022. It addressed a consumer need that has not been met before and focused on showing how the quality of sex life could be significantly improved.
Teraz jest najlepszy czas na seks. Teraz też. Bo teraz bez recepty jest Tadalafil Maxigras. Pierwsza tabletka, która działa do 36 godzin.
A teraz?
I masz swobodę działania. Kiedy chcesz. Tadalafil Maxigras. Teraz działasz znacznie dłużej, do 36 godzin. Przed użyciem zapoznaj się z treścią ulotki dołączonej do opakowania bądź skonsultuj się z lekarzem lub farmaceutą, gdyż każdy lek niewłaściwie stosowany zagraża Twojemu życiu lub zdrowiu.
As this product category is rather personal and products are often bought online, the online channel was supported by a wide range of straightforward and visible digital and e-commerce materials to provide consumers with more crucial information about Tadalafil Maxigras. Tadalafil Maxigras also introduced an interactive educational campaign dedicated to pharmacists to ensure proper product usage and compliance. Thanks to the 360 Degrees campaign, Tadalafil Maxigras has achieved 3 strategic goals. Energize not only the growth of the brand, but also the market itself. Strengthen the leader position across street and online pharmacies. Brought a new value to consumers, the freedom of spontaneous sex. Vote for the world's first OTC Tadalafil, Tadalafil Maxigras. Vote for better sex, better life.
Well, as they say in some of the TV programs in the UK, now for something completely different. We're now going to, Malgorzata Gebel is going to talk to us about gynoxin from Recordati.
Good morning, everyone. Well, I have to agree that having good sex means better life, but is it possible with candidiasis? Probably no. Probably you know the feeling that your adrenaline goes up and your heart rate accelerates to maximum before your presentation. And would you admit it? Probably no, because even though it's normal, right? And the same is with intimate infection. Because taboo is something that is not acceptable to do, say, or even mention. But starting from the beginning, is it the right? Okay. Poland, probably you know where it is. There are 10 million women aged 18-54, and around half of them suffered for intimate infection at least once during their lifetime, and 1 out of 4 even more often. Well, intimate infections are still, I have to stand like this, are still a taboo in Poland. And in terms of our brand Gynoxin, it was switched from RX to OTC because we are talking about switches today, right? In 2017, and from 2019 we are a market leader, but we want more, of course. So the challenge was, and probably still is, that Poland is quite prudish market, and the level of knowledge about intimate infection is alarmingly low. Despite very strong DTC campaigns, it is still a taboo, and especially for younger generation, which live digital and they don't really want to talk about intimate infections. So how we can break this taboo? What we diagnosed that the whole category was communicated to adult women, starting from our brand, and it was done in very serious language, specialist knowledge, and the young generation was totally ignored and unaddressed. But we know that young generation requires completely different language and way of communication. So what they say, what they claim, that they can, to find something which is important for them, which is valuable for them, is really a drama, because they live digital, right? So they check everything digital. And there are a lot of myths around which they cannot evaluate if it's true or no. So they feel lost. Even more, when they talk, it's difficult to stand in one place, sorry for that. Even though they know something about intimate infection, they know they have it or had it, they don't call it directly. They call it it. I had it once, I have it when my immunity collapses or something like that. So they call the intimate infection just like it. So it has also impact on our campaign and our creative idea. What we did, our goal was not to let our consumers to believe in common nonsense, because as you've seen, there are a lot of myths on the internet. So we created a campaign under the slogan, I had it too, because we wanted to break the taboo, open to new, younger generation, young adults. We wanted to become top of mind, of course, by creating communication adjusted in tone of voice to our young generation. And we, of course, wanted to gain new category users. So what we did, we created an infection symbol to make it familiar to our young women, to make them not be scared and not feel ashamed anymore. We created a logo, I had it too, and because we wanted them not to feel alone anymore. Imagine young women, teenagers, which faces intimate infection for the first time during their lifetime, and she doesn't know if she can talk with someone about it, whom should or can she talk to. Very often they even don't talk with their mothers and with their friends because they feel ashamed. So I had it too. You are not alone. Intimate infections, you can handle it. We started a campaign on a TikTok because we wanted to create a platform. I'm too tall to it, I think. We created a platform where consumers could share ideas, myths, and fakes and true facts about intimate infections. We started cooperation with 12 influencers, and we encouraged them to discuss about the topic, dealing with common myths and in intimate health. So, we also, of course, created a proper website to educate our consumers, to reduce barriers of communication, to show them what are the reasons of the problem, how can they solve it, how can they treat it, and what are the solutions. And of course, we wanted to place our brand as top of mind for young generations. So what are the results? First of all, there was a good choice of the platform together with influencers, because TikTok algorithm interpreted it as positive, so they promoted it even more than we assumed. And TikTok users pointed out that it is very good that we address such an important topic in public space, because they don't feel alone anymore. And what last but not least, in terms of sales, what we did, we increased category by attracting new category users. But what is important, we grew even more than the category without additional media budget. So I hope that after treatment with gynoxin and getting older, our consumers will have also better sex. And by the way, in our TV communication, we are using the same actress. So first she has to be treated by gynoxin and then she can take sildenafil. So there is a space for cooperation. Thank you very much.
Are we showing the ad?
No.
No, that's it. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. It's good to see so much cooperation in Poland, which is becoming such a dynamic market in so many different ways. And so now we're moving to a brand that many of us know well, Buscopan from Sanofi. And Matilda Wieczok will come up and say a few words. Yeah?
Hi everyone. So you might wonder, where are we going to be talking about fashion and OTC and kind of like Buscopan? I think earlier this morning we've mentioned there's different ways to innovate, and most of the time we think, okay, what's the next product I can bring to the market? What's the next adjacency to my portfolio? And actually at Sanofi in our team we thought, okay, we've got a great product. We're number one on the market. We know that there is a need for these products, and we'd rather actually look at how do we focus on our core, how do we focus on our core product, and how can we really tap onto kind of like the consumer insight of how many sufferers are out there on the market, and actually what's the gap to how many people are actually treating. And this is how we've looked at London Fashion Week campaign. The consumer insight we kind of like based on was very, very simple. We know that there's very low awareness for IBS in the UK, still higher than in other markets in Europe, yes, but there's still so much to be done. In average, when you think of the suffering journey of someone having IBS, it takes an average 6 years to actually be diagnosed and find out what you've got to do. So I'll let you imagine the number of times where you felt kind of like desperate and kind of like in pain and in despair as to what can you do to treat your IBS. And we also find that there's most often a mistreatment of symptoms. So as kind of like the number one kind of like leading brand on the market, we thought we had a role to play, very clearly. And we chose a creative route and a different moment in the sufferer's kind of like journey, basically, to intervene. And we wanted to be where and when probably the patient and the sufferers would least expect it. We wanted to disrupt the OTC code. I mean, most of us are probably used to very functional ads, even though we try always to bring a bit of lifestyle to it. And really the objective was to normalize the condition and raise the awareness for the condition while driving that strong brand purpose for Buscopan. So I'll share with you a quick video of what it was. So you've seen we've leveraged very much, obviously, like the green color of Buscopan, but most importantly, we leveraged basically the London Fashion Week, which happened kind of like beginning of March. And the idea was really to be out there not only in some kind of like female magazines, but also with Out of Home in some of the key places, kind of like in London, as well as with a big campaign on digital as well. And I think the intent was, how do we reach kind of like our core audience, which is, yes, predominantly kind of like a female audience, and how do we express to them or re-express to them in a different manner that gut-brain axis, that actually everyday life stress can happen to you in any situation, even when you need to be kind of like at your best. And we had kind of like different creatives, as said, that you've seen kind of here in green. So some people were moving house out of that. There's like a little narrative around each kind of like storytelling for each sufferer. Some people moving house, finding it stressful. Some people introducing their partner to their parents, finding it stressful. That was really that little narrative with that kind of like green story behind it. Now, in terms of, I'll skip that. You won't have time to read in detail. In terms of, obviously, how we shaped it, very different channel, over like roughly like 6 kind of like million impressions altogether. And this is very much also amplified by a PR campaign. And really what we wanted to do with that 360 experience, owned, paid, and kind of like earned media, basically. And in terms of the results, when we think as to the main objective was to raise awareness, I mean, we're very pleased to say that we actually have driven like over 2 million kind of like conversation online. This campaign alone has driven like pretty much 30% of the Buscopan conversation online. I think that was only coming from the UK, then still a tiny country. That was very obviously important to us, and I think it was really interesting to see the responses and the engagement from the consumer in terms of really the hook of a creative, something different, something that was indeed like great storytelling. And this is really what we wanted to achieve, disrupt at a time where people were least expecting it. And indeed, I think beyond obviously the consumer kind of like engagement, there's been great PR kind of like amplification and this campaign kind of like picking up in lots of other countries. So this was the first one for Sanofi, certainly not the last kind of like creative, disruptive campaign we are looking at doing. And really, I think that's really important to leverage our core, leverage how we can use creativity and the consumer insight to really drive awareness for lots of conditions where patients are still waiting and want to hear more about how they can treat themselves. And I think that's clearly a role for us when we are some of those leading brands in the OTC arena. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you have 3 very different products, very different campaigns. And just to remind you, the award will be given for the most outstanding example of creativity in CHC advertising that has appeared on TV, social media, or outdoor media campaign. So now you have a couple of moments now to write 1, 2, or 3, 1 being the winner in your mind, and we will please keep the papers because you have 2 more sets of voting to do later in the day, and we'll present the awards this evening. Once you've finished filling in your form, please note we have a coffee break until 11:05. Okay, can you all listen up, please? I've been told that the voting is the other way round. It's 3 for the highest and 1 for the lowest of the 3.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please come in, sit down. We're about to start the next session. Okay, please come in, sit down. We will start in 1 minute. Please, let's sit down. Okay. Right, so a few minutes behind time, but we want to continue the program. Really, Nicholas talked about a very exciting future for us in terms of what the numbers say. But I think we need a little bit more substance behind it. So it's a great pleasure to invite Regan Leggett, who is coming to us from the Nielsen Foresight team, who is really going to start to talk about literally what's next. So really anticipating what we can expect in this next planning future through to 2030. So, Regan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regan.
Hi, everyone. I am the caged tiger that Nicholas talked about before. I'm a walker. I can't present or talk if I'm not strolling, so apologies to our cameraman. As introduced, my name is Regan Leggett. I'm the Global Foresight Lead for NIQ, a company formerly known as Nielsen IQ, and before that we were simply known as Nielsen. And we are one of the world's largest consumer research and insight companies. The practice area that I lead, along with a small team dotted around the world, is the foresight process. And we've been given some very lofty goals by our internal stakeholders. We've been asked to constantly evolve an understanding of the consumer ecosystem and the consumer landscape across the next 2 years, the next 5 years, the next 10 years. Quite a challenging ask. We've been asked to address questions like, what does the future of consumer spending look like? What does the future of consumer retail look like? What does the future of consumer health and wellness look like? What does the future of consumer technology look like? We form educated views and opinions because we can't have any certainty when it comes to talking about the future, but we drive a very well-used process, a highly used set of models and approaches and tools to drive a really highly considered, highly researched, data-driven, and highly interrogated view and responses to all those questions. I've been doing this type of work for well over 20 years, a few years in academia, 6 or 7 years in consulting, and the rest of the time, about 12 years, with NIQ running these processes. And I can say, without any shadow of a doubt, that the appetite for these types of forward-focused conversations has climbed exponentially because of the sentiment that you now see on screen. We're being approached by clients, by industry groups, even by governments who recognise that the pace of change has accelerated, that disruption is an increasingly and common part of our plan cycles, and change is happening in new ways and coming from new areas that a lot of organisations and a lot of leaders don't have a great deal of focus or attention to. So a part of our process is formally and mentally mapping and tracking and monitoring and researching things that expand our organisational view of where change is coming from. Because many of our clients have said to us that in the past 5 years they've been blindsided by change that they didn't see coming. And so through this process, we hope to alleviate some of those challenges and at least be better prepared. We believe this process adds a great deal of value to us both internally and externally because it allows us to speak a lot more intelligently, with a lot more confidence about change and how it's happening, and gives us a platform to share conversations and learn from each other. One of the most beneficial parts of our process is called multi-level analytics, where we look at a question like, what does the future of health and wellness look like? We look directly at the industry and some of the data points associated. We then very quickly go to the periphery and we start to ask, what is some of the quick moving change that could influence the future of health and wellness? How could things like blockchain, the metaverse, vertical farming, and so on and so forth interact and influence that future? We then look at macro and slow moving change. Things like demographic shifts, global trade shifts, emerging legislation, sustainability legislation, geopolitics, etc. And then we look for convergence among those three layers. How could they interact and what could it mean moving forward? Because over the past 10 years, often the most interesting insights have come from this space where we start to highlight where convergence opens up new challenges, new risks, and certainly new opportunities that we may not have seen previously if we'd just taken a very narrow view. So in the remaining time that I have, I'm going to follow this formula. I'm going to give you some insights that we've already conducted where that convergence has been. I'm going to tell you about what consumers are thinking, doing and acting in the convergence between health and wellness and governance, between health and wellness and ageing and health and wellness and technology. And hopefully if I've got some time, I'll talk about some of the potential implications that we see to 2030 across 3 different horizons. But I want to start by just setting the scene. We have one lady in our team who has been doing health and wellness research for 25 years in our team. And one of her observations as to why she believes health and wellness will continue to gain more prevalence in our society and more attention is we are having an increasingly holistic and inclusive conversation in the health and wellness space. We have much better data sources, we have more data sources, we have more topics, and we're starting to join the dots and connect them. I believe Sarah was talking about sustainability before and how that is now connected to our health and wellness agenda. It was something that we probably weren't speaking about 5 years ago. We have really good insights and data about healthcare costs. We have macroeconomic data about obesity, mental health, aging population. We can join that with really good visibility on things like sugar regulations and label legislation. We're harvesting new data from health technology that is giving us some really great insights into consumer habits and spending. And as this conversation is getting more prevalent and is expanding within our society, it's certainly impacting the way that consumers are expanding their definition and the way that they think about health and wellness. From a very different piece of research that is not on here, 1/3 of global consumers have been directly impacted by extreme weather events in the last 2 years. Leading to this insight, 66% of global consumers say that environmental issues are now having an adverse impact on their current and future health. We all know that mental health has been a bigger challenge to global consumers over the last 2 to 3 years. 54% of women saying that the emotional and mental health is more important to them than it was 2 years ago, compared to 46% of men. And we anticipate that this mental health need, this emotional need, some of the other speakers were talking about stress and insomnia, etc., will be a really big driver in terms of consumer decision making. This expanded conversation is not just around consumers, but we are seeing that it is becoming a bigger priority and is more important to a lot of governance or governments around the world. And although you can just look at the number of policies and legislation and white papers that have been on the uptick for the last 10 years, one of the clues that we look at really closely that leads us to believe that governance will increasingly have a big influence on health and wellness is we are seeing more and more studies like this, where governments are quantifying the financial impacts of ill health. And we all know that when governments start talking about dollars, they mean business. This study is about obesity draining around 59 billion euros a year from EU member states' pockets. And they project that this will become a bigger issue as the prevalence of child obesity grows. We have some really good visibility on the percentage of GDP spend on healthcare. And there is a great deal of narrative from economists and industry experts that say that governments are very clear that they want to shift some of this percentage towards private spending, consumer solutions, commercial solutions. It's part of the reason we've seen a growing number of policies and legislation in that consumer environment. It's why we've seen HFSS play out or start to play out in the UK. We have seen food labelling mandates floated in the US. We're also seeing increasing numbers of lobbying groups around the inclusion of mental health coverage in our total wellness packaging, especially for insurance. And one of the things that we are tracking really closely is that there has been little resistance as a number of very big traditional retailers start to move towards this space very quickly. This example is of Walmart in the US, planning to open, I think it's 75 locations in the US by the end of 2024, but their plans are to potentially double that in the next few years. We've seen Amazon, CVS and Walgreens indicate that they plan to move into this space. We've seen Woolworths in Australia come out and commit to telehealth, and we've seen numerous retailers across Europe call this out in things like earnings calls or strategic planning conversations. So we see this as a big part of the thing that we are going to be monitoring moving forward. We also know that consumers want governance and they want governments to interact on their behalf. 68% global consumers, again across a sample of about 45 markets, want governments to more closely regulate businesses to help consumers make better health choices. And again, we know that governments are looking at this and listening, and they're making it part of their political agendas. Because if you remove the word consumers and replace it with voters, it starts to show where the political will start to move. And governance will also be a big part of the next convergence, which is health and wellness and ageing. Now, I'm sure you're all aware that over the last 15 years or so, we've been adding about 17 million more people to the face of the planet every year. Between 2023 and 2030, we are going to add an additional 500 million people, mostly in Asia, a little bit in Africa, and then that's going to change around by 2040. But this population growth is mostly driven by people living longer. And as you can see by this graph, which maps the age profile from 2000 to 2040, what we've seen is that in 2000, people over the age of 60 represented 9.9% of our global population. Fast forward to 2040, and that's 19.4% of our global population will be over the age of 60. Put that into other numbers. By 2030, there will be 1.4 billion people over the age of 60 years old. It's an additional 272 million just in the next 7 years that are moving into that bracket. Looking at a US study, we know that consumers are calling out that 70% say it's their preference to age in place or age at home. And 45% have said that they will need assistance. They'll need medical care, they'll need shopping care, they'll need meal preparation. All of these products and services potentially lead to a $22 trillion opportunity in aged care, aged services, and aged products. It's why we at NIQ have been seeing a rapid increase, especially in Asia, especially in markets that have a progressed age profile, like China, like Singapore, and the most aged country in the world, Japan. New aged care products. It's why in Japan, one of the local giants there called Aeon has ramped up a specific strategy to attract aged spending. They've invested in aged healthcare, in aged beauty, and aged products and services. In Japan also, we know that Honda, the large automobile manufacturer, has been innovating, investing, and releasing robotics and at-home care, mechanics, and electronics based on aged servicing to try and ease that burden on the healthcare that they anticipate to increase moving forward. And we see Japan as a real lead indicator of what's to come, because they're probably 10 years in advance of what other markets will look like in terms of their age profile. But that technology will be a really big part of dealing with that aged care burden. And technology, again, is one of the areas that we're seeing a really big convergence when it comes to health and wellness. Right now, technology is already being leveraged by consumers to lead healthier lifestyles. 21% of global consumers are using tech on a regular basis to stay healthy, whether that's fitness apps, whether that's nutritional apps, whether that's mental health or presence apps. It looks at a plethora of different technology. But what they're using it for is to get recommendations on new products. It's getting recommendations on ingredients and that the way that they consume and the way that they make consumer decisions. 63% are interested in products or services that can be customised for their own needs. And we believe that this is a real driving force behind what we will see moving forward in terms of consumer decision making. Nicholas talked about AI and how it's got a long way to go, but it is rapidly moving. And we will start to see AI being integrated into some of our technological devices to give customised recommendations. Maybe not in the next few years, but beyond that, we believe right now. But some of this technology goes into things like telehealth. And again, we're using a study from the US, but already the majority of Americans prefer telehealth for things like prescription refill and minor illnesses. And again, with the amount of investment or flagged investment from some of our big clients in the US, we see this as becoming, again, another defining influence of where health and wellness goes moving forward. That's why we are seeing this rush and this release of different tech and data-enabled health applications, software, hardware, reward systems, programs, platforms, as there is this gold rush approach to getting some of this data and also trying to influence consumer decision-making through technology. From a different piece of research that I don't have here, we know that technology and these types of apps are a contributing factor to products and services. So if you've got a healthy product and it has an app that goes along with that, that is seen as a key bonus or key benefit that consumers are looking for. We also know that there's probably more embedded technology that is being developed in certain parts of the world to deal with specific issues and challenges that are forecast to increase over the coming years. In Singapore, there is a hub, a technology and innovation hub that is looking specifically at tech solutions for Alzheimer's. Again, a challenge that is forecast to increase tenfold beyond 2030. We know that there are forecasts for more people to be suffering from diabetes and heart-related illnesses and challenges moving forward, and there is a great deal of technology and innovation going on in that area. And as some of the previous speakers noted, some of the modern lifestyle challenges such as stress, mental health, insomnia, anxiety is also being rushed at by technological companies as they see this as a big part of the consumer health equation moving forward. So I've gone through a lot. But what does it mean? How might that play out towards 2030? Well, as a fictional character in a mildly popular TV series observed, it's all about timing. You want to be ahead of the market, but not by much. And what we have done is use a technique called backcasting to logically try and understand how some of those timings might be. And what we think is that from 2023 to 2025, it'll be mostly characterized by this expanding definition of health and wellness to include health and wellness of the planet connected to health and wellness of the individual, mental health, stress, etc. We will continue to see this redefine the way that consumers think about their health needs. From 2025 to 2027, we believe that's when we'll start to see more policy and regulation kick in. There's already a lot of legislation in the works in the forms of white paper. There's a lot of experiments going on. And as I said before, this is when we may start to see AI become an influential part of programmatic recommendations and consumption. Then, towards 2030, we think this is when we're going to see the prevalence and the prominence of aged care challenges, governance and policy really start to kick in. We believe that across many of the mature markets in Europe and Asia, this will really come to the fore, and we'll start to see some real focus on it especially from governments and healthcare systems. Before I open up to questions and observations and personal attacks, if there's anybody violently against anything that I've said here, thank you very much. I want to draw your attention to one of my favourite quotes, not from a fictional character, but from someone who knew a great deal about survival and success. And I think this is going to be increasingly important for organisations who are grappling with the pace of change right now, or industries that have been sideswiped by some of the change that we did not see coming. We believe that one of the core aspects of a successful company or organisation or venture moving forward is adaptability. And the ability to consider a number of various outcomes and be able to chart or navigate their way forward in a successful way will be key to inherent agility in an organisation, and that will be key to success as part of their DNA. Thank you very much for listening. I think I may have given you some time back and got you back on schedule. But if there are any questions or observations, I'd love to get them.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Regan. Thank you. Perfect. So, yes, we have a couple of minutes for questions. Any questions from the floor? Okay, I certainly have a question. Regan, most of us in the room are in the midst of our planning for 2024 and consequently into 2025. What would you say are some of the inevitables in terms of consumer behaviour that we can, in a way, start to accelerate and support going into just the next year without really thinking about 2030, but really in the next year of planning?
Yeah, so from research we've just conducted, we know that consumers feel very differently than they did 2 years ago. I think it's around 50% are saying that they have a completely different set of values and priorities than they did a few years ago. Mm-hmm. However, that's being muted by the cost of living crisis that we're going through right now. So what I would say to that is that maybe we may not see a big shift in consumer priorities moving forward. I think sustainability spending may be getting muted because of the cost of living right now. But what we'll see is a big correction once that cost of living is not the main driver of consumer decision making.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions from the floor? Right, I think
silence is good.
Yeah, take the opportunity to catch Regan at lunch. Right, okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Regan. Perfect. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Right, now another topic which is very close to my heart. We've seen about the rise of self-care. Regan has talked about it. We've talked about it in almost every presentation today. And I do believe that we also should be reminded that actually the best medicine that we can provide is actually the individual themselves, who is informed, who is empowered, and most importantly, who is inspired. And I think that's where the role of communication really can play a huge role, because we can have such a voice as an industry if we start to speak in common language and with common messages. And that's where I would love to invite Rodney Collins, who is the Global Health and Human Sciences Director, EVP, with McCann. And Rodney is going to talk to us about the role of our advertising and communications in empowering consumers in promoting their self-care. Rodney.
Thanks so much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you. I think I was last at a Nicholas Hall conference in Vienna, which I think was 5 or 6 years ago. So a real pleasure to join you again. First a little bit about where I'm situated. I'm at McCann World Group. I'm part of the Global Intelligence Unit at McCann World Group. We do global studies. We fuel a lot of the strategic and creative strategy that drives our creative campaigns at McCann World Group. We've done over a decade of wellness research, so I'm going to be providing you with some observations about that research, about the consumer context of wellness, and then I'm going to share a little bit about how that's driving creative campaigns and some of the strategies that are delivering some empowering messages and tools and tactics for people across the world. So first, the observations that I'm going to share about the shifting dynamics of wellness culture come from a decade of research we've conducted in all the markets that you see on the slide. So we can deep dive into any one of those territories and provide a close-up understanding. But one fundamental fact that we've discovered recently is that 86% of people around the world believe that creating a well and healthy world is the biggest challenge of the 21st century. So wellness culture, while it has proliferated, remains a fundamental challenge for people across the world. Furthermore, 87% of people believe that every brand and business should be in the business of wellness and should think more about people's health and wellness. The pandemic has definitely accelerated that perspective. Unfortunately, there's a big gap between that expectation and the actuality. Only 26% of people around the world believe that brands actually do care about the health and wellness of people. So as we sort of understand this wellness gap, the well world gap as we call it, we wanted to understand a bit more about what wellness means today. After a decade of research, we wanted to re-examine that initial fundamental question. So we asked ourselves, what are the models that people are carrying around, the frameworks that people are using to interpret and interrogate their own sense of wellness? We know that 81%, this I think complements Regan's research, 81% of people say that their personal definition of wellness has evolved in the past year. So it's a rapidly changing, constantly dynamic area of focus for individuals across the planet. That rises to 90% of people in China. So we originally used this model that I think you'll probably all be familiar with, which is from the World Health Organization, the sort of dimensionalization of the wellness area. This model has 6 dimensions: physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, societal, and financial. Of course, that wellness wheel model, when we first started doing this research in 2012, was not particularly common in mainstream culture. And now, of course, it has become incredibly mainstream. And moreover, the dynamics of that wheel have shifted. So we've seen that people are more likely to focus on mental health than they did 10 years ago. So 50% of people say that their mental health is really closely interconnected to all the other dimensions of their health and wellness. We also see that financial wellness is increasingly important. So understanding that the economic environment, and as Regan pointed out, the worsening of that environment is having knock-on effects on all the other dimensions of this wellness model. Furthermore, we've expanded the model to include two other dimensions, sexual and environmental dimensions of wellness. So really sort of updating the model that we use to interrogate and track all of the dimensions of an individual's experience. So I think a lot of those socioeconomic determinants of well-being and health. Moreover, we understand that it's highly interconnected, it's expansive, it's networked, and experts and ordinary people are really understanding these connections. And they understand them differently depending on where you are in the world. So for instance, in China, we know that mental and environmental health are very closely interwoven. So people understand as we ask them that those two dimensions are really, really interconnected. And then in Turkey, we understand that mental and financial are highly interconnected. So those people are very concerned about the dynamics as they relate to one another. And in Mexico, emotional and social dynamics are highly interconnected. So people really prioritize and rank those two areas as really vital to their further wellness. But ultimately, 82% of people say that their everyday sort of experience is highly impacted by how well or unwell that they feel. So that's probably not too surprising to everyone in this room. Moreover, the individual dimensions are increasingly seen as integrated. So that model of integration, or sort of systems thinking when it comes to wellness, is increasingly important. I think this has really been accelerated by the pandemic as people witness these interconnected relationships. So the systemic nature of that permacrisis, the permacrisis that we are currently in with the knock-on effect of the cost of living crisis, political crises, economic crises, and the long tail of a psychological crisis are sort of turbocharging the efforts by experts and organizations to look at partnerships and collaboration. So we really see that brands that have been winning since the pandemic have really approached wellness in a networked approach. So here's a couple of examples. Calm, which you probably are all familiar with, has partnered with Kaiser Permanente, Spin Master Games, HBO, and HBO Max. So really creating an ecosystem for their offering. Fitbit has partnered with Adidas, Strava, Google, and Walgreens. So once again, creating an ecosystem for the delivering of their promise. But we have a really long way to go. People say, 70% of people around the world say they would like more support, so this is good news for everybody in this room, but that is a challenge. So there's a lot of effort to do. So a provocation for you to consider is how robust is your thinking about the systems that surround your offering and the partnerships and the collaborations that you enter into. So for the rest of the presentation, I'm going to talk about two more shifts. That first shift was really talking about a move from siloed solutions to more wellness systems thinking. We're going to next talk about this chaos of influence that people are living in and sort of advocating for a harmonized expertise. And lastly, moving from what we're sort of recognizing and observing as sort of selfish care to more communal caregiving. Of course, we know, as I've just pointed out, that the ecosystem of wellness has never been more complicated. When we first started doing our research 10 years ago, the conversation was very much a sort of a doctor at the center with a sort of patient as a node. And this is sort of the environment, a will and spoke from doctor extending outward. As we've advanced our research, we've noticed that the patient, sort of 5 years ago, was really at the center. So it was all about patient-centered care, and this expanding network of resources and influencers as they consider their health largely and then wellness secondarily. More recently, we've noticed, and this is the contemporary moment, that it's really shifted to a very individualized sense of wellness with the individual, the person, me, at the center, rather than a patient, and a huge network of influencers. Really interesting about this model is that 42% of people globally say that friends and family are their primary source of health and wellness. So when they think about how they're going to take on new models of therapy or attend to any of those multiple dimensions of their care, those are the primary influencers. We also learned that 30% of people, this is really shocking, a third of people around the world, this has increased from 2016 when we last did the survey, from 12% to 30% say that they would never see a therapist. So despite this increase in the magnitude of a mental health crisis around the world, people are sort of turning away from therapy, and this is a really peculiar dynamic. But might be something to do with the fact that there are so many competing voices in the conversation. So 67% of people, 2/3 of the people around the world say that there are too many influencers, too many viewpoints. They don't really know who to trust, no confidence. So while wellness culture has sort of become very mainstream, it has also become incredibly massified and quite confusing. You might have recognized some of this during the course of the pandemic. Here's one example that I think is very a very clear case of this sort of misinformation or disinformation pandemic, as the UN calls it. So in India, there was a WhatsApp chatbot during the pandemic that was launched to sort of help people navigate information or misinformation around the global pandemic, so really to curb those sources of misinformation. It was so apparent that John Oliver, who you might know from the Daily Show in the United States, had a segment on this, and I'm going to share that with you now.
Younger generations, but one son of Indian parents mocked it on TikTok like this.
Here's how you make brown parents believe literally anything.
You're gonna start with the plain background and write whatever you want, but just make sure you write it in this font. That's crucial. Now mention any religious text and talk about body, mind, spirit, or something like that, and make sure that you mention a Harvard scientist helped confirm ancient wisdom, because we love those headlines. Now make a diagram that looks scientific and religious at the same time, and throw some Sanskrit on there. Don't worry about accuracy. Beautiful. Now mention some chemicals. I chose Kanye and Drake's name and made them look like compounds. It doesn't matter if they're real or not. Our uncles and aunties have PhDs in science, but that's no match for WhatsApp. Now it's imperative that you insult Western medicine and culture at this last part. You know the drill. 3 dots, 3 exclamation points, cite your sources, and make the image quality a little worse. And that is perfection.
Right. So we've really seen this shift of scientific authority and sort of really displacing sort of typical process, the scientific method. So if you sort of, I imagine many of you are very expert in the scientific method of moving from observation to research to hypothesis, experimentation, your analysis, and finally your conclusion. People around the world today are turning to a different model where they just go from observation to conclusion. It's a very quick process. In fact, we found that 40% of people believe that society is relying too much on science to solve our problems. So there is a sort of resistance to scientific authority and sort of expertise, a real fear of what that might provide. At the same time, people are increasingly looking for confirmation. So confirmation bias really vividly apparent across the world. 87% of people say they would really rather just see and hear things that confirm their beliefs rather than challenge them. So really thinking about the sort of highlighting and exacerbation of some of these filter bubbles or these silos that people are thinking through. And in fact, the loudest voices, as you probably noticed, are really winning in these culture wars, distracting us from some of the scientific process that some of you all are making. So as we sort of think about balancing these two models of authority versus autonomy, we're really thinking about ways in which we equip people out in the world with tools, tactics, and frameworks that allow them to navigate some of these health and wellness challenges that are very evident to them. So one partner that we've had, is Nurofen. Nurofen, you might know, partnered with some neuroscientists and experts in musicology, to develop a soundtrack that sort of alleviates pain. So they've tested that soundtrack and they've found that, in fact, it is a welcome relief. So maybe you close your eyes for just like 15 seconds and I'll play the soundtrack for you. I hope I didn't give you enough time to really alleviate any pains that you might be feeling, but we do know that people around the world say that the #1 activity that they would turn to when they want to sort of achieve a calm and peaceful mind is listening to music. The second case I'm going to share with you is from Latin America. It is I'll just play the case, you can watch it. now from the other side of the planet, something similar, but well, I'll just play the case and you'll understand.
مجتمعنا نحن بيعتبروه عيب ومحرج. ايه هذا كله نحن بعده بمجتمعنا تحسيه امر مغلق ما بده ينحكى فيه.
نحن مش سمعانين عن الفحص الذاتي لانه ما حدا عندنا خبره عن هي الشيء.
أنا أم علي وأهلا وسهلا فيكم. أنا هون لأتأكد إنكم رح تعجنوا كل شهر. اليوم رح أعطيكم أهم وصفة عندي. خبزتي؟
بعنوان خبزتي.
فيديو بعنوان خبزتي.
اللي هي خبزتي.
أجيني ومع أم علي. كيف؟ ما تفاصيل كيف؟
مش طبخت خبزة خبز وسميناها هل خبزتي هذا الشهر؟
Dikkat edin, ilk başta yumruları hissetmeyebilirsiniz. Ardından
mit drei Finger und Handfläche in Kreisinnen.
And then finally, you pinch the dough like this.
بروفيسور ناجي الصغير وسام الأرز الوطني.
So really asking ourselves and our clients, how can we help people navigate the chaos of modern wellness by inspiring new experts and striking the correct balance between authority and autonomy? So really placing this in the hands of the individual, but driven by expertise. The last shift that we've observed is this shift that I referred to earlier as sort of selfish care or self-care to communal caregiving. It's probably no surprise to anyone in this room that the notion of self-care has really risen in value and resonance and relevance for people around the world over the course of sort of the last 10 years. This is partially driven by individuals like Oprah in the United States, who sort of has these mantras of, put on your own oxygen mask first. You might be familiar with the notion of self-care as a really radical political philosophy in the United States from marginalized communities who were really looking for ways in which they could sort of absorb the deficiencies of the institutions around them and sort of nurture themselves, right? So it was a challenge to social inequity. RuPaul has also brought this to our attention, sort of through Drag Race. If you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you going to love somebody else? So a real positioning of the individual first. This has, of course, reverberated across popular culture, and you see all sorts of ways in which this sort of this expression of self or selfish care sort of takes place online in sort of meme culture. This has sort of centered the individual so much that 3 in 4 people really believe that they have to put themselves first before they can focus on others. Well, there's some risks with this, of course, really empowering in some ways, but also causing some reverberations on society at large. We know that individuals in China are sort of risking great amounts of burnout, sort of focusing on sort of that hyper-individualistic drive or ambition, and sort of bowing out of culture. In fact, 91% of people in China tell us that rest is the greatest form of resistance that they can sort of have to their sort of health and wellness challenges. So really seeing that hyper-individualism has maybe gone too far. We notice that 77% of people around the world say that emotional connections are weaker today than they were in the past. And really shocking, 46% of people around the world say that they don't have any true friends. So almost half of people saying that they're sort of failing in the friendship category. And we know that social connections are really fundamental to health and well-being. There are scientific studies that look at social relationships and mortality risk. So this is an area of scientific investigation. We really believe that we need to refresh this understanding of self-care, sort of expand it, and really rethink how it's sort of, in some ways, bleeding into a selfishness or hyper-individualism. Professor Laurie Santos, has also spoken about this. She sort of has observed that a lot of people mistake self-care for thinking it's like a nice bubble bath or a glass of wine on your own. But really the research shows that effective self-care is more like communal care or community care. This is also an observation from people at large, where the sort of sense of individualized wellness culture is a form of gaslighting, sort of convincing people that they are responsible for the problem and the solution, so really burdening the individual with all of the challenge of resolving these health and wellness issues. So ultimately, 56%, and this is a really exciting increase in the waves of research that we've done, of people believing that wellness is a societal issue, not an individual one. And so an interesting shift in the dynamics around what self-care could look like going forward. We're very excited by what we see in the UK, which is social prescribing. You might be familiar with this, where people are actually prescribed to join communities, go out on walks together, sort of fighting some of the challenges with the loneliness pandemic. We've also seen online, laughter is the best medicine, all these comedians who are sort of gurus that people turn to in sort of this time of loneliness or sort of distantiation or remoteness, this individualized culture of digital life. Bestow is a brand that has sort of brought together people for decades and generations. They have amplified their TV advertising to reinforce the need for community connections and gatherings. Another way of thinking about social or community care is through a campaign that is just launched in Germany, which is looking at the ways in which Germans are, over 10,000 Germans require a transplant each year, but very few Germans are actually registered as donors, but 3 out of 4 Germans actually have a tattoo. So there's this very interesting dynamic in which you might sort of accelerate this tattoo culture and sort of hijack it. And so they've created a particular mark, this insignia on the wrist of this individual that indicates one is an organ donor, so registered as an organ donor. And so really hijacking a local culture of tattoo culture and sort of amplifying this sort of need for community caregiving through organ donation. The next case is a little bit different. This is from MasterCard, another way of thinking about sort of social inclusion, and this is really through financial wellness, and this is the one-touch card. You might be familiar with it, but I'm going to play the case.
Recently, MasterCard has been undergoing a historic transformation to become an agent of change. This year, we focused on the 2.2 billion people in the world with low vision.
Credit cards used to have raised numbers, and now they're unfortunately losing that tactileness.
Which one is my credit card? Now I have to get somebody else to go through my cards.
I can get very anxious if I need to go to the store.
All the different hacks out there for cutting the corners of the card, fixing tape to the card. We looked at cutouts, tactile features, every corner of the card to understand how does a blind or partially sighted consumer engage with their card.
After a years-long collaboration, we created the Touch Card, an accessible system of notches that allowed anyone to identify their credit, debit, and prepaid cards with just a touch. The easy-to-learn geometric shapes were positioned so cardholders knew which way to insert the card. For the first time, low-vision cardholders could shop with the ease and confidence they deserve. But how did we advertise the Touch Card when most media isn't made for low-vision people? We put audio descriptions at the center of our film instead of treating them like an afterthought.
Marjorie tilts her head. What's that sound? A shopping cart?
And for the first time, we used hidden codes so that screen readers could recognize banners and social posts.
This ad was designed to be read by your screen reader. It reads, Touch Card by MasterCard.
We created a mailer you could hear when you opened it.
Feel along the right edge and you'll notice 3 distinct notches.
Invented a guide to help low-vision people locate the card reader. And used 3D directional sound to recreate the store experience for radio. The touch card was covered in publications from business to tech, and the rollout has begun in the Middle East and Asia Pacific. We're working towards making every card around the world a touch card. It's just one more way MasterCard is revolutionizing the category and building a more inclusive world.
Just a little notch is huge progress.
So as we think about self-care, we're really asking this question of what notion of community drives our organizations, our businesses, both from within as well as how we show up in the world, and thinking about that networked, dynamic, holistic model of wellness, that sort of expanded wellness wheel. This piece of content that I'm sharing with you is just an excerpt from a much broader study that has sort of a couple other chapters, much goes into depth, greater depth of each of them. But we're really moving from some of these challenges in the wellness space, while washing, quick fix culture, those three topics that I've shared with you today, to finding sort of solutions with our partners. And these solutions really require that we really think about the experts that we work with, the environments we show up in, the communities that we engage with, the kind of experiences that we're cultivating and creating for people around the world, and the partnerships that we strike up. So thank you for your attention. That was a real whistle-stop tour through a really big piece of content, but I hope you enjoyed that.
Thank you so much. Very exciting. Thank you, Rodney. Right. Let's have any questions for Rodney. Yes. Oh, you can borrow mine. Thank you, Anand.
I'd like to borrow. Thank you. This is Anand Sharma from Growth Angle, UK. I'm so delighted that you covered this unusual topic in this conference in such detail, and absolutely fantastic. And of course, I'll have more samosas from today onwards. Question for you. Where does resilience fit in your research vis-a-vis wellness? I've done a lot of work in the area of wellness recently. I'm a resilience wellness coach for NHS as well, apart from being a business consultant. So I didn't hear anything about resilience, need of resilience.
Yeah, that's
or
such
any research.
Yeah, that's such an interesting question. I think it doesn't really, it's one of those questions that I think is really hard to get to through survey data. So really kind of, we'd have to expect, I don't think I have a ready answer for you, but I would imagine that the way we could get through it as researchers or an intelligence unit is through some of the ethnographic work that we do and sort of over time. So, but it's a great question. We don't cover it in this piece of content, and maybe a gap. So I'd love to talk to you more about this. Yeah, great.
Okay, thank you very much. Anand, another? Yes.
No question, but the reason I'm asking is, for example, in the last 4 years, I have coached about 600 GPs and consultants in the UK, and 9 out of 10 of them, they want to leave practice only because of lack of wellness, stress, and anxiety. And the work which I have done with them, and you can imagine they are the GPs and consultants, and including psychiatrists. You can imagine what is happening in the general public. 9 out of 10 think their wellness score is so at the bottom, they want to leave NHS. So to my mind, there is so much work to be done in the resilience area. And the work which I have done, it points all to how to develop resilience in today's world.
Yeah, I think the current status you're pointing to is one that we detect in sort of consumer data as well, as sort of this psychological crises, the sort of mental health pandemic. 60% of LGBTQIA youth around the world say that they've been diagnosed with a mental health disorder. So that's almost twice the sort of average of other Gen Z. So we're really seeing the sort of expansiveness of this area, sort of I think the trauma that you're pointing to, and maybe not quite yet the solution. So I'd love to talk to you more about resilience. Sure.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, Rodney. Thank you so much. Well done. Right. Okay. Well, we're going to now go and look at the entrance for the New Product of the Year Award for Europe. And we've got a number of entries. And again, we'd like you to be thinking about your favorites. Remember which one's first, second, and third. and eventually give 3 points to the first one, 2 points to number 2, and 1 point to number 3. Okay, so we're going to kick off with my good friend Grigoris, who comes from J&J Consumer. And Grigoris is going to be talking to us about Daktarin powder spray. And so welcome to Grigoris. Grigoris, thank you. Come on.
So we have those. So hello, good morning everyone. So I will be talking about, we heard about a lot of things about the future, okay? So what are we doing today in terms of innovation in our countries, in our businesses? So I will be talking about Daktarin, which is Daktarin powder spray, the most successful launch in South Europe in 2022. So what about it? Let's start with the context. What is Daktarin in Greece? Daktarin is the absolute leader in antifungals category. It has created the category and is still today the absolute leader with more than 40% market share, #1 in recommendation, and a very strong brand health index. So more than 200 is the brand health index of the brand. And we play in all the possible segments of the category. So, you know, mouth gel, cream, powder, whatever you like it, we have it today in Daktarin. What was the challenge? It's a very usual challenge, I think, that we have in many of our categories, that we have mature, penetrated categories that have marginal growth, are flattish year on year. And imagine if you are the leader in the category, it's even worse, because you are very well established and you have marginal way to go in terms of growth. So that was the challenge that we had and how we addressed it. It all started with a robust consumer understanding. So the years of experience that we have in the category, we knew exactly that although the category was well penetrated, there were significant unmet consumer needs. And there were two of those that were very important. One is the ease of usage. So, you know, it's quite messy to treat your fungus and put the cream every night and then go, for example, to sleep. So ease of usage was one. And the second was the fungus cycle. So it was very difficult to break the cycle of recurring fungus. And if you have been suffering or if you have been in a category, you know that this comes and comes again and people cannot go through it. So what we leveraged upon was the very strong brand equity that we had. So a brand that really consumers trusted for years and HCPs recommended. The gold standard API that we have, the active ingredient, the miconazole that we know was super efficacious on fungus, and we built an internal business case to leverage our R&D resources and create the new, not for Daktarin, but for the category. And that was Daktarin powder spray. So the most unique, innovative product in the category that actually did revolutionize the category. Why? It has a rapid application, so you just need 2 seconds to apply wherever you have a fungus in your body. It offers the most complete coverage, so tested 100% coverage even after 1 hour of application, and offers the fastest relief of fungus. And on top of that, you can use the product not only on your skin, but also on your shoes and in your socks, so that you go and break the cycle of fungus. So this is the plan, this is what we did. We launched in 2022 in Greece. And what happened to the category and to the brand? We did a whole activation, a holistic activation, touching everybody that influences the category. So from doctors, GPs, dermatologists, to pharmacists, end consumer, shopper with a holistic plan. And not only we grew the brand, and I will comment about that, and you will see in the very nice video the team has presented, but we revolutionized the whole category. It moved back to growth after many years of being stagnant, 12% growth on the total category, 35% growth on the brand, a 40-year-old brand, and we grew 7 points of market share. So this is the story of Daktarin powder spray launch in Greece, the most successful launch in South Europe in 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Grigoris. All right, good luck for Daktarin. Right, okay, let's now move to Dominox from Polypharma. And we're going to have Maciek Orzieski going to talk to us about this new launch.
Hello again. So I thought that after a good sex, you need a good sleep. So right now we will be talking about sleep. And many people do a lot of things. They exercise, they think about diet, but sometimes they underestimate the role of good sleep. And today we will show you the example of RX, again, RX switch to OTC from Poland of doxylamine in the brand name of Dorminox. So let's see the movie.
Good morning. I had a good sleep last night, and you know why? Let me tell you. Dorminox is the first doxylamine OTC switch in Poland. Prospective category driver. Insomnia has become a key global issue and became even more prevalent both during the coronavirus pandemic as well as in the post-pandemic times. In Poland, 50.5% of people recall having sleep difficulties. As this category has been rapidly developing, there were a number of product launches globally and locally, despite the significant entry barriers. On one hand, products suffer from low efficacy, and on the other, people fear addiction and drowsiness. Following the market trends and consumer needs, 2 significant global brands launched in Poland between 2018 and 2020. Novanox Sanofi, September 2018. Zedquil, P&G, November 2020. Their product USP was based on either a unique composition, such as melatonin with a selection of herbs, or a unique OTC presentation, such as jellies. In 2021, the category of OTC sleeping products continued to grow by as much as 27%. And then, a breakthrough happened in 2022. Dorminox became the first doxylamine switch to OTC in Poland, with a new indication added to globally recognized substance. Dorminox reached 8.2% market share after only 12 months on the market, defeating both global launches and ranking top 2 in the category by the end of 2022. It contributed to another year of category growth by 15%. The main challenge, but also an opportunity, was to successfully take on the products from Sanofi, P&G, and some local brands in this dynamic category of OTC sleeping products, while at the same time overcoming the consumer perception barrier. Our tactics were twofold in order to become the very first OTC doxylamine in Poland and the leader driving this category in the forthcoming years. To take advantage and maximize the advisory potential of pharmacy staff, to overcome the category entry barriers by communication of these strategic claims. At first, Dorminox introduced a 7 tabs box intended to encourage consumers to try it out. The next step will be a double pack intended to win greater consumer loyalty. The consumer campaign was designed around a medical TV spot where experts from the Sleep Analysis Center, like me, highlighted the proven efficacy of the active substance.
Bezsenność? Badamy ją w Centrum Analizy Snu i wiemy, że czas na nowość. Czas na Dorminox. Dorminox działa w 30 minut. Pozwala na głębszy sen nawet do 8 godzin. Nie uzależnia.
Dorminox to pierwszy dostępny bez recepty lek nasenny z przebadaną klinicznie doksylaminą.
Dorminox. Siła dobrego snu. Przed użyciem zapoznaj się z treścią ulotki dołączonej do opakowania bądź skonsultuj się z lekarzem lub farmaceutą, gdyż każdy lek niewłaściwie stosowany zagraża Twojemu życiu lub zdrowiu.
The online campaign followed a similar design to attract and incentivize consumers, leading to enhanced product loyalty. To ensure professional advice and knowledge sharing in pharmacies, we trained and educated the pharmacy staff about Dorminox and insomnia. It took only a year of presence to achieve top 2 rank in category and to be global and quite fresh marked players. Today, the market has seen and certainly is going to see even more doxylamine market players, but we are the pioneer. We have been educating both pharmacists and consumers how and when to use Dorminox and feel comfortable about it, not to mention the good sleep. After all, Dorminox is powerful. It is the power of good sleep. Thank you very much for your attention and good night.
Okay, thank you very much. Applause for Dorminox. Maciek, thank you so much. Right, now let's move to Olivia from Sanofi, and we've got Matilda Wierciok, who's going to talk to us about Olivia. Maciek. Hey, Matilda.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm back here. So to tell you this time the story of Olivia Switch in the UK. So I think earlier today, Nicholas Halls mentioned that there were sometimes little gems in our portfolio that we're not always looking at. And I think that's typically the story that happened for Olivia. I mean, we had fexofenadine under a brand called Telfast in our portfolio since more than 25 years, basically. And it was kind of the #1 prescribed. And that was there, sitting there, and we actually had never looked at it more than that, especially on the OTC kind of like business side of thing. And actually, we realized that there was clearly something to be done there if there was such a credibility with GPs, but also with patients. And there was certainly a role for us as kind of like the CHC business to bring that great molecule accessible to more and more patients. So I said, okay, Telfast brand, not really known, but actually in our portfolio globally, we had a great and leading brand in allergy, which is called Allegra, obviously pretty known in the US, but in also other kind of like market. And I said, great, we've got great equity, we've got great brand, standout brand. How do we kind of link the two together? So this is how we switched Telfast from RX to OTC, which was the first direct switch for the allergy category. So with that in mind, we thought, okay, great, we're bringing this molecule and this great product onto a pretty cluttered market already, you could say, on OTC. You got the likes of Purities, you got the likes of Claritin, Benadryl. Okay, how can we be differentiated? So we went deeper, understanding kind of like the consumer, and especially what's the gap in the market today? How does the consumer feel about the treatments they are taking today? And we realized that there was pretty high level actually of dissatisfaction on the treatments that the consumers and patients were using today. And we had the ability actually with fexofenadine to answer the three key need states basically in the category: the long-lasting effect, the fast-acting, as well as the non-drowsy, which is one of the key kind of like barrier or factor for people to drop off from treatment. And this is where fexofenadine came into play. So we launched Allegra and Olivia in the UK in March 2022, and I'll share with you a quick video as to how we launched it. Oops, if that plays. Nope, still not. Is it clickable somewhere on the... Nope. Click for me, that would be brilliant. You tell me if it's not playing well.
Now it's playing. There you go.
Brilliant, thank you.
Blue skies, sunny days, blossoming trees. Oh, how good it feels knowing that spring is finally here. Well, maybe not if you're one of the 16 million hay fever sufferers in the UK. Despite there being several products available over the counter, 8 out of 10 allergy sufferers were dissatisfied with the current treatments available. Sanofi decided to address this. To change this situation, Sanofi launched Olivia, a new OTC medication for hay fever management. Olivia is the only brand that addresses the 3 main consumer needs in this segment. But how could Sanofi build fast brand awareness in this well-established, cluttered and highly seasonal category, where over a third of sales and media spends are typically focused across 4 months of the year? To stand out from competitors, Olivia started the activation earlier in the season with a data-led, integrated marketing campaign. The smart combination of digital video and linear TV ensured high and efficient reach throughout hay fever season. Personalisation tactics in targeted channels drove campaign efficacy. To win during the season peak, Sanofi developed its own allergy sales predictive model and used that to align digital media pressure with sales forecasts, maximising media ROI and driving campaign relevance. Thousands of online and physical stores across the country were painted in Olivia's purple to break consumers' autopilot. And finally, a strong engagement plan was built to convert HCP into brand advocates, including engaging training modules and advertising in main pharma outlets. Olivia's launch was an absolute success, achieving 8.4% market share, almost twice the initial target. Only 5 months after launch, Olivia has become the leading brand in Boots and Superdrug. The campaign also proved to be highly relevant to consumers, driving uplift across the brand funnel from brand awareness to loyalty. Olivia's launch spread organically across social media, with users sharing recommendation videos. On Amazon, more than 70% of reviews rates Olivia with 5 stars. On top of this, Olivia has been the main driver of allergy category penetration in the UK since its launch, and had its success recognised by the market. This season is over, but for Olivia, this is not a wrap. Let's continue painting the UK purple to make spring great again. Olivia, live your life, not your allergy.
Thank you. So you've seen how we see like we've launched as kind of like very much like a 360 kind of like campaign, and I think if we've got to summarize like what were the key 3 factors that really helped us win. First, it was a differentiated product. The second one was how we've leveraged like the media and the media landscape at its best, especially with this kind of like digital optimized pollen kind of like trigger model, which was really helping us with the ROI. And then last but not least, but the presence in store and that painting the stores in purple. I think that was one of the very clear criteria which also helped us build a brand. Now looking at the results, I think obviously very proud to see that we reached number 2 brand in kind of like in season peak. We're actually number 1 also in drug channel, and we're looking to keep going. And obviously the brand was actually one of the key driver for incremental growth for the category last year. For us, what is even more important to look at is at which consumer we managed to kind of attract to the brand. And it was really great to see that even though the category was very cluttered, we actually managed to bring new consumers, which obviously for OTC is sometimes remains a challenge. So it was a very, very positive kind of like aspect for us, as well as the ability of training up people. I mean, usually as brand and branded player, we fight against private label. And here actually this time, we've been able to recruit people from private label, again confirming that differentiation and positive benefits from the product. And looking at positive benefit from the product, the most important factor for us, if you remember at the beginning of the presentation, we tried to address a gap of the market, a gap of dissatisfaction from the other products. And I think we've been very pleased to see that actually we've delivered for the consumer and for the patient. 5-star in more than 70% of Amazon kind of like reviews, and then top 2 box satisfaction is 82% for a first year of launch. That was a very key KPI for us, really confirming the brand purpose that we had. And then one of the last point but not least, obviously there is like classification of what stands as a great success for the category, and we're really, really pleased to see Olivia coming among the top kind of like launches from IRI for the decade, and we'll hope to keep it live for long, and you have seen it from the video as well. But I think that was probably like one of the very first time where such a brand kind of like got attraction and recognition, not only from retailer for the collaboration we've been able to build with them, but also from the industry. It was the very famous OTC awards, but last but not least, like the Smarties awards as well are actually like a media kind of like total industry beyond OTC industry. Basically, we're competing against the like of Coke and Vodafone and these competitors, and that was also recognized for Olivia. So 12 awards so far, but we count on your votes. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Matilda. Right, now last but certainly not least, we're going to have a look at Aquilia from Q-Biotics Menopause from the company Uriach, and Javier Navarro is going to come and talk to us about it. Javier.
Okay, hello. Thank you for giving us this opportunity Just one thing, here says that our company is from Romania, and although we love Romania, we are from a Spanish company based in Barcelona, just to clarify it, right? And okay, so innovation, it's about changing paradigms. And with the product we will see now, Aquilea Cubiotics Menopause, we have changed the approach to the menopause. We have shown that there is a connection between our microbiota and the symptoms of the menopause. And this is a change of paradigm, using probiotics. So we will see the case now, and just to finish, because I think that it's better an image, a video, than 1,000 words, we will see the case, and just to finish, I would like to thank you, and on behalf of the URIAC team that we are here, we will very appreciate if we get your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
URIAC is an international company with more than 185 years of experience on leveraging scientific research to harness the power of nature as the best and most sustainable way of looking after health and well-being. We believe in the power of nature and hence bioscience as the best way to improve people's health and well-being, and the most sustainable too. We want to have a positive impact on people's lives and on the planet. Rooted on this firm belief, our vision is to be the leader in natural consumer healthcare in Europe. Aquilea, one of its international flagship brands and referent in natural consumer health in the pharmacy, is present in more than 7 countries across Europe. With 50 years of history, was facing an important launch that could change the paradigm in the category of probiotics. Probiotics is one of the main categories in consumer healthcare, one that has seen significant advertising over the years. To date, the perception of probiotics has been built mostly by large mass-market brands based on their gastrointestinal benefits. But Aquilea continues in its firm desire to provide natural and innovative solutions. To this end, Aquilea did not just create another probiotics brand, it created a brand that launched a new category in the world of probiotics, Aquilea Cubiotics. Aquilea Cubiotics brings solutions to consumers that are tailored to the different stages of their lives, combining innovative and convenient formats with natural ingredients with probiotics, prebiotics, and postbiotics under the highest scientific and quality standards. And within this range, the great launch of Aquilea Cubiotics Menopause. Menopause starts to manifest itself from the age of 40 due to a decrease in estrogen. With it comes a host of annoying symptoms, due in part to an imbalance in the microbiota. Aquilea Cubiotics Menopause helps balance the microbiota altered by the decrease in estrogen and cope with the main signs of menopause thanks to a synergic and complete formula containing time-delized probiotics, FOS prebiotics and other natural ingredients. All this with a super convenient posology of 1 vegetable capsule per day, suitable for vegans and without lactose, gluten or added sugars. To present Aquilea Cubiotics Menopause, a bold and straight message was defined. Balance your quality of life. For the key visual, main brand cues of the brand Aquilea were used, and value of science and technology was emphasized in the visual execution. To activate this message and communicate it to its main stakeholders, a simple but consistent communication ecosystem was defined, based on 2 main pillars. Being pharmacist prescription one of the key success drivers for this launch, a complete kit of presentation and training materials was developed with scientific and educational information about the range and the product. The launch was followed by a train plan mix in digital and physical meetings with pharmacists to explain in depth the brand concept and the product's features. Focusing efforts on the consideration phase of the consumer funnel, the aim was to capture and convince all consumers already interested in probiotics looking for information online by the activation of segmented tools as SEM, contextual display or programmatic. Aquilea Cubiotics Menopause was launched in March 22 to great acceptance from pharmacists and consumers, being listed in more than 3,000 pharmacies during the launch campaign. After a few months, the product closed the year as the first SKU of the Achillea Cubiotics range in terms of selling and achieving good levels of rotation, helping the brand capture market share in one of the most competitive and dynamic pharmaceutical markets, probiotics. Moreover, Achillea Cubiotics Menopause was chosen Product of the Year 2022 in Spain, recognized for its high levels of innovation, convenience, and efficacy, evaluated by consumers in terms of purchase intention and product testing. Why Achillea Cubiotics Menopause? Achillea Cubiotics Menopause is a clear example of innovation and disruption in the pharmacy with a strong value proposal fruit from a deep understanding of consumer needs. Challenge the status quo, embrace one of the main trends in the consumer health international market, probiotics, with a new, much more differential and relevant value proposal. Technological advantage, demonstrated that it's possible to mix in a convenient format as 1 capsule per day, a synergic combination of the best time-aligned probiotics, prebiotics, and other natural ingredients. Consumer centricity. By the deep understanding of women in the menopause stage, we were able to effectively satisfy all core needs of this increasing target with the most complete solution. Brand performance allowed Achillea brand to gain penetration in new segments as menopausal women or probiotics, therefore increasing brand sales and market share. Achillea Cubiotics Menopause.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Achillea and the team from Uriac. Right, remember, choose your first, second, and third. Give 3 points to number 1, 2 points to number 2, and 1 point to number 3. Good. Make sure you don't lose your very, very important voting slip during lunch. So we're now going to take lunch. We will be back here for the next session at 1:30. 45 minutes time, and lunch will take place where we had our refreshments at coffee break and at breakfast. So the refreshment area just here on this floor. All right, see you all at 1:30. Thank you so much.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, just a bit of housekeeping, just to let you know, the ones of you still in the room, you will be meeting in the lobby at 6:20 this evening and departing at 6:30 sharp to go to the Millennium Tower Pier, which is about 5 minutes walk from here, because your boat will be embarking at 6:45. If you miss the boat, you're not going to get any dinner tonight.
call people in, yes. Okay, please come in, sit down, and we will start the afternoon session. So come in, come in.
I see them. So there is no, you're not allowed to move on the stage.
Yeah, I don't know. Just stay close to that. I think that's probably the easiest thing. And you know that
the
one is,
yeah,
excellent. Okay. All right. I think it will be another 2 minutes. Come on, please come in, come in. We're going to start in 1 minute. 1 minute. Bring your desserts with you. Did you enjoy your lunch? Okay, last few people, please come in. Okay, so very, very inspiring set of presentations this morning. And I think one important thing is at the conference, as you take in information, as we are inspired, always be thinking about, so what? So what does this mean for me in my business, in my brand? How can I get closer to consumers? How can I influence my consumers, inspire them, empower them, inform them? Because ultimately, the reason we are in this room is to improve the health of our communities. That's why we join this industry. And it's wonderful to see that we start to stop seeing improving health as giving people a product. It's not about that. So many of the presentations this morning talked about holistic health, talked about wellness process and system. And that's really one thing which we want to continue to do with the next presentation, because we're going to have Jerne, who's going to come and talk to us about nutraceuticals. How can nutraceuticals play an increasingly important role in the pharma companies and in the way that we deliver our benefits to our consumers and patients in our communities? So, Jerne, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak at the event. Thank you as well for giving us the most challenging slot there is, which is after lunch. Normally these presentations are break or make. People either fall asleep or they actually follow what we have to say. So my name is Jarnin Klopčić. I'm a business development director at Farmalina. We are a rather small company based in Slovenia, and what we do, we develop and market clinically supported food supplements. And as we do market or business development in several markets, we encounter as well quite a lot of different pharmaceutical companies. And today I would like to speak to you about how we help some of those companies increasing the turnover and especially the margins, which seems to be a bit challenging over the past years. A month ago, as a part of my, I would say, almost daily job, I had a travel to South Africa. South Africa became one of the markets where, it came to the radar of Farmalina as one of the potential markets we would like to expand. And as in many occasions before, we met the top players of the market just to touch and feel the market to see whether there is a potential for us to enter. Among many companies, we as well spoke to the company called Pharma Dynamics. This is a local subsidiary of Lupin, the multinational Indian company. And I had the pleasure to speak to the CEO of the company, Mr. Eric Ross, and he said something that still resonates, and it's very much aligned with what I would like to explain to you today, and it's very much aligned as well with some of the buzzwords I've been hearing for the past 2 days. What he basically said is that at the moment, in these challenging times where the costs are increasing, their margin are being squeezed because they have focus on the RX, and this focus on the RX as well is a little bit challenged by the control of the prices they have on the market, which is being obviously controlled by the government. So over the years, their margin is depleting more and more, and at the end of the conversation, he basically said there is no other chance for us than to enter nutraceuticals. I was as well, of course, very pleased to hear that because it's exactly what we like to hear, and it's exactly where we think we can support companies such as Pharma Dynamics. So the agenda is very simple. I would like to speak to you why we think it makes sense to enter nutraceuticals. I will speak about when it might be a good time to do so. And at the end of the day, I would like to show you some of the cases which are existing cases of big pharmaceutical companies, as well as some of the cases that are linked to our clients located in several countries in Europe and outside Europe as well. I will present you how they tackled with launching the nutraceuticals, adding those products to their existing portfolios, and how they eventually benefit from doing so. Now let me start with why. I will show you a slide which was in bits and parts presented already in the past 2 days. So first of all, nutraceuticals or vitamin and dietary supplements are growing more than the OTC. In 2020, for the first time, the vitamin and dietary supplements surpassed the size of the market of the OTC. Here I need to mention that this data is supplied to us by Euromonitor, and they have a bit specific segmentation of the food supplements. So they split the food supplements on vitamins and dietary supplements, on the sports nutrition, and as well on the weight management. So if you combine these 3 categories, obviously the difference in between the market sizes is even bigger. But if we only focus on the vitamin and dietary supplements, which is the focus of Farmalina, you can already see that the market surpassed the OTC. And why is so? Is because it's a common knowledge now for many years that people are more and more concerned about the preventive health, where the food supplements are playing a crucial role. And this paradigm was somehow boosted by the COVID-19. So it was expected that the market size would at some point will overgrow OTC. This was accelerated by COVID-19. For us, this was a good thing, obviously. As of 2020, the size of the market is quite substantial. And the second point that I would like to mention is that the barrier to enter nutraceuticals are much, much lower than entering RX or OTC. This is a consequence of the fact that for the time being, nutraceuticals are more liberal in terms of registration. Depending on the market, in Europe we see this is quite easy, so it's not complicated at all to bring a supplement to the market. And as a consequence, the time to market is obviously much lower. What we see in many cases that in case of nutraceuticals, the time to market could be half of the one of the OTC. In many cases we have in Europe especially, these time to markets could be even below 1 year. Consequently, the investments connected to this are also lower. Now, this is a theory, okay? So every time that someone in the company thinks about a new business idea, obviously the very first thing is to check what are the barriers to enter a new segment. They will check what is the size of the market potential and so on and so forth. This is a theory that we are all familiar with. But what is happening in practice? To give you an example of Bayer, for the first time, the absolute growth of nutraceutical was higher than the growth of their OTC segment. So the size of the business of nutraceutical is still smaller than the OTC, but the growth of this segment, it's much higher in the relative terms, but as well, it's now much higher in the absolute terms as well. Bayer is able to do so because they have quite a few very interesting brands in food supplements, and they are growing these brands steadily over the years. Another example, which is not mentioned on the slide, for example, Stada's business unit that deals with consumer healthcare, which is composed obviously of OTC, but as well all the nutraceuticals are inside, is now the biggest business unit of Stada. So it's a business unit that represents more than 40% of the turnover they do. It has a very nice growth year to year of more than 17%. So all this is happening now. It's not only the theory. It's not only that we try to convince you that there is a market, but there are several pharmaceutical companies that are already heavily benefiting from this. Now, when is a good time to enter? I would claim it was yesterday, but it's not too late. There are a couple of driving forces that are happening right now and can support you if you decide to enter the supplements, or can support you to actually invest more into increasing the portfolios. So first of all, as mentioned at the beginning, there is a very accelerated growth of people that are concerned about the preventive health. This fits very well with the logic and philosophy of food supplements. The other point is, which is also very much relevant for the pharmaceutical companies such as yours, which is that the consumers are more and more concerned about the quality of the products. Less and less consumers will make compromises when it comes to the quality, but as well the efficacy of the products. And they will not just simply believe what you say in the TV commercial. They will go online, they will check for the clinical studies, they will check for some evidence that the products are actually working and doing what they're promising. Now, on the market, you will see a lot of Me Too and simple commodity products that are actually not fulfilling this claim. But there are products as well which are high-end products, which are based on the branded ingredients that are supported by clinicals. A lot of companies developing food supplements are as well conducting clinicals on the products. And this is important for the pharmaceutical companies for a very simple reason, because you can just take these products and include those products to the same marketing strategies, to the same marketing and sales channels. These products can be easily detailed and explained to doctors. And this is how our customers, in fact, are promoting our products. The third point, which is also important, but it's the impact of this part is yet to be seen. Yesterday we had quite an interesting discussion on the workshop where we talked about whether the digital wearables, the gadgets, actually makes any difference to the health of consumers. Now, today, a lot of people would be measuring the number of steps, the heartbeat, the calories with the wearable watches. But the dynamics of the inventions and developments in this segment is quite high. Today, you can find very easy gadgets that were actually placed on the market by Abbott that allow you to measure your blood glucose in a touch of the phone. So you can just wear a simple chip which is less invasive, and you can read the results with your phone. So it gives you an instant impact or an instant feedback whether your blood glucose is within the levels or not. Now, this is obviously very important for the people suffering from diabetes. But imagine that out of curiosity, consumers would start to measure their blood glucose. I'm sure that there will be a lot of people identifying that their blood glucose is not yet at the level of diabetes, but it's not really at the healthy level. So those people will not go to the doctor and take drugs. Those people might be very much interested to take supplements as a preventive measure. So all these driving forces actually are happening now around us and are boosting the potential of supplements. Also looking at some of the recent acquisitions, so we made the analysis of the acquisitions that were happening for the past 10 years or so. And we saw that up to 2016, the biggest acquisitions in pharma world were actually about the OTC brands. As of 2016, all the major and important acquisitions were around the nutraceuticals and food supplements. This includes as well the acquisitions such as acquisition of Zarbee's brand. Bayer is on a shopping spree. They're really now investing into acquiring companies that will enable them to create the personalized nutrition approach to consumers. So a lot of noise is happening around the food supplements. There are a lot of acquisitions happening right now. And not only acquisitions, spin-offs. This is an important part because it shows how important the OTC or consumer healthcare together with nutraceuticals is for the pharma business. So companies are divesting parts of the consumer healthcare. They are organizing them differently because they know there are some differences in the way how this should be managed, and they are increasing the focus on this part of the business. There was as well the announcement of Johnson & Johnson that they will do so with the Canvi brand, which is probably happening somewhere within 2023. Apart from spin-offs, we see a lot of different partnerships in between pharma companies and, let's say, nutraceutical companies. Haleon announced the partnership with Holograms, so this will also be about the personalized nutrition. Johnson & Johnson with Holobiome, they will be developing state-of-the-art probiotics for infants and maternity care. So a lot of things is happening right now. Now, how to tackle, so if you're not yet at the level where you have a portfolio of nutraceuticals, but even if you have some of the nutraceuticals, in the next slide, I would just like to share with you what are some of the things you may want to be aware of when you start increasing the focus on this part. So first of all, I would like to bust one myth, which is that nutraceuticals are very simple products. They don't do much. They're not supported with clinicals. No one knows whether they work or not. True? Not really. There are a lot of such products on the market. Luckily, as mentioned before, there are some driving forces that eventually will help consumers to identify whether the products are actually performing well or not. So they will be choosing more high-end and value-added products. And what we see now is that a lot of pharmaceutical brands are actually launching products that have either clinicals on the ingredients. So they would be choosing very carefully the branded ingredients they would incorporate into the formulations, like the example of Stada with branded cranberry extract that they use for their UTI product. A lot of companies are now, as mentioned earlier, are developing clinical studies on the finished products. So less and less me-too products on different markets that we see, and more companies are investing into the high-end products that have a high level of differentiation and are actually fulfilling the needs and the requirements of the modern consumer, who is very knowledgeable and who likes to understand that the product he will take is actually doing what it's supposed to do. The second very common myth is that if you launch a supplement next to your OTC product or even within the same brand, the only thing that you will achieve is cannibalization. Could be, but not necessarily. This is a very nice example of Haleon, who has, you all know, the Excedrin brand for headaches. So what they did the analysis and they discovered that the consumer is, the life cycle of consumer is not only the state of a certain pain or a certain medical condition. There is something beforehand and there is something after the medical condition. And they have decided to cover all these three aspects. So what they did, they created a product within the brand that deals with preventive treatment for headache. They have, of course, the product for the headache, and they as well launched a product that is meant for the recovery after you have the migraine. By doing this, they're actually covering three very different segments, so it's not at all about the cannibalization. They're really focusing on new target audience that they would like to address within the brand. Another example of how you can actually diversify the target audience is a lot of trends show that people are more and more concerned about the natural supplements that they would like to take as opposed to the medicals. Another example with Panadol that was extended with Pananatra, also by Helion lately, it's the same concept. So they have launched a product to address people that are not so comfortable taking drugs immediately after they have a pain, so they would rather take something which is natural. Again, addressing a very different target audience. There is no cannibalization in between. All these examples are relatively new, so let's see how successful they will be. We have really high hopes for them. We think that the concepts and the logic behind is the right one, and we are sure things will be growing. But we don't know yet, right? So in the next slides, I would like to speak about some of the business cases that we have as Pharmalina and for which we have very concrete numbers to show. We know these things are successful and we see the numbers and we track this with our partners. Pharmalina, as mentioned, is a Slovenian-based company. What we do is we develop and market clinically supported food supplements. We've been told in the past by some of our existing partners with whom we work for several years that when they do a medical detailing, in many occasions, doctors would ask them that if they have an alternative to the drug, which might be given to a patient who is not yet at the stage where he would need a drug. And this is how we started developing our first products. And the very first one, which is still very important for us, is the one for iron deficiency. This is the case from one of the countries in Eastern Europe. It's a very small country, limited market, but their performance within the market is really outstanding. Now, you might be thinking that the numbers are low, but just keep in mind that this is a single country, limited population, so it's not the numbers of a multinational company. This company actually launched the product in roughly 10 years ago. They were told by the doctors, as mentioned, that they need an alternative for iron deficient patients. They had a solution for anemic patients. So once a person is anemic, there is no doubt they need to be administered with drugs. But what about the population who is not yet there, but they might become anemic at some point, and doctors would like to support them not become anemic. So one of the alternatives in the past would be that they are prescribed with a specific diet that might work or not. The other alternative is, let's say, iron products that were existing on the market that had zero clinical evidence. They have very traditional side effects like bad taste, nausea, stomach irritation, etc. So they really didn't have the alternative. So this customer of ours, approached us and asked us to support them and to develop an iron product that would be addressing people who have the tendency to become anemic. However, this product has to be clinically supported. It has to have a good taste because one SKU will be for children and they will not take the product unless it's super tasty. And the product should not have any unpleasant side effects. Not an easy task to do, but we succeeded. And over the years, this company has succeeded in creating the market of iron food supplement. Today, they're selling almost 500,000 products per year, and they are market leader with almost 50% of the market share. Why we think it's possible to do so with the iron supplement. The country I was referring to is not the only example. Here you have an example of Italian market that is again dominated with a brand that is offering this high-level iron to the market. The same situation happened. When they entered the market, it was more or less dominated by drugs, and it was dominated, let's say, by very simple commodity irons that did not fulfill the needs of the consumers. So they've introduced the high-end iron with clinical support. They invested a lot over the years in additional clinicals, and they created probably by far the biggest iron market worldwide. Today, the iron market in Italy is I think even more than 80 million euro, only of the food supplement part. So this is Italy specific because this brand with iron supplement, they have the best-selling food supplement SKUs on the market. It's actually iron. And the reason why they managed to create such an immersed market is also because the number of people who might become anemic but are not yet there. So people that are, let's say, on the verge of anemic or they have a deficiency of iron, this population is much, much bigger than the one that is already anemic. The issue is that people normally do not know they have problem with iron because the symptoms are very mild. But if doctors will tell them and if doctors will advise them to take a certain supplement that is clinically supported, this can really create a huge market at the end of the game. The second example is about the product that it's also treating some of the diseases. It's a UTI product. This case happened in one of the countries in CIS. We were approached by the company in 2020. It was a traditional pharmaceutical company without any food supplement in their portfolio, and we were asked to help them to develop a food supplement category and the portfolio of products. So this is what we started in 2020. Today, this company is selling more than 2 million food supplement products per year. So it's becoming an important part of their business, not only in the sense of a turnover, but as well in the sense of the margin improvements they succeeded to do with supplements. So they decided to address the UTI, which is a burning topic in this country. And they started approaching the marketing by doing a combination of very clever things. So on one side, they did a face-to-face campaign with all the GPs. So their medical staff were visiting doctors, explaining about the product. In parallel, they've launched several campaigns and symposiums where product was explained to the group of doctors and to the key opinion leaders. And they as well did quite a heavy ATL campaign. And in that case, ATL campaign was needed because they created a new brand and they just needed to create an awareness of this new brand. So they started in 2020. By the end of the year, they were selling approximately 10,000 boxes per month. Today, we are reaching the numbers of 600,000 or 700,000 boxes per year. So they really cascaded, they really increased the sales over the 2 years, and today really one single SKU is a big part of the turnover they do. Why this was possible with the UTI? UTI product that we have is an interesting concept because it can be positioned in several different ways. It can be positioned as a product that deals with preventive treatment of the urinary tract infection. It can also be positioned as a standalone product to deal with the symptoms of UTI because it was proved throughout the clinical that it has a very good efficacy and performance even compared to antibiotics. And the third positioning, which is also possible, it's in the combination with the antibiotics. So this company did two different clinicals. One was they were measuring the efficacy of the standalone product, and the other clinical was about the combination when it was used together with antibiotics. In this second clinical, they've discovered that the symptom relief was much faster than if the patient was only using antibiotics. And more importantly, the recurrence of the urinary tract infection was drastically reduced when a patient was using combination of both. So definitely something that was a perfect fit to the company that was previously selling only antibiotics. Now, these are some of the examples that we see daily. We are partnering with quite a few different pharmaceutical companies. We have quite interesting discussions that will lead probably to some new business opportunities. And I'm quite sure that by repeating what we did with these couple of examples, we'll be able to support some other companies in growing the business. So hopefully throughout these couple of slides, I was able to show you that it makes perfect sense to enter, if not yet there, into the nutraceutical world. The time is now. There is no need to wait. I think there are numerous drivers that will support your decision if you decide to go into the direction of nutraceuticals. And there are several options available on the market that fit well with general portfolios of pharmaceutical companies. The products that are high-end products, that are clinically supported, that are not me-too simple commodity products that simply do not fit anymore to the needs of a modern consumer. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jorge. Maybe before you go, just very quickly, if there's any questions. Any questions to Jorge? Okay, maybe I have one for you.
Go ahead.
Nutraceuticals has been one of those areas where pharmacists have had very little training in their pharmacy degree. What's going on at the moment to try to raise the level of expertise in pharmacists so that they can feel confident in recommending different nutraceutical products to patients in the pharmacy?
the companies that are most successful, the partners of ours, would do general medical detailing to doctors, but they would also go around the pharmacies and explain about the products. And this proved to be quite a successful approach.
Okay, right. Okay, so launching it also is an obligation also to raise the quality of understanding so that our healthcare professionals feel confident in recommending. Thank you so much, Yevgeny. All right, fantastic. Wonderful, thank you. Now, Nicholas demonstrated in the numbers this morning that, of course, we have some amazing pillars of this industry in terms of the large companies that have really been standards of consumer healthcare over the years. But we are also a very lucky industry in that we have such a dynamic number of companies that are still growing and have grown in the recent past to become real stalwarts and real voices in the whole of the consumer healthcare industry. So it's wonderful that we get to hear a case study from Perrigo. And so it's wonderful to have Sven Andersson, who is the Executive Vice President of Perrigo Consumer Self-Care International, to basically talk us through the story of Perrigo. Sven.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much to get the opportunity to present the Perrigo case study. I've been leading the business for 6 years. That means the business outside US and Canada. This company is the biggest company nobody has ever heard about. It's a case study about a transformation from a hybrid company to a true pure-play self-care company. It's a case study of a company in 2013 that spent $9 billion in buying a multiple sclerosis product called Tysabri. That's strategy if you're a store brand company out of the US. It's the case study of a company that divested a $1 billion generic business 1.5 years ago with 25% operating income margin. With our new CEO, the last 4 years, I and Fabian Ries, who is with me today in the audience, head of business development and strategy, have been really business. And when we met him first time, and you want to make a good impression to a CEO, we did mention that we couldn't recognize ourselves in the vision statement. I'm the CEO, I'm going to change that. And we changed that within a very short period of time, which for me has been incredibly inspirational. And I know everybody is talking about the vision all the time, but this is true. We are taking decisions every day based on this vision. It guides everything. And it's a responsibility when you have in the vision, making lives better. Also, like Nicholas was talking about, trust, that you will be punished. That's not the reason why we have trust in the mission, but we wanted to be the most trustworthy company of all. In respect to self-care, that's a wider definition that Hall is measuring. Its IRI is twice as big. It allows us to operate in a 400 billion market instead of a 200 billion market, which also changes a little bit when we talk about ranks. But it's also a story about a company which is 136 years old. That's a huge responsibility. 20 years ago, the average company lifespan was around 60 years. Currently, it's around 18 years, and it's going to shrink and shrink and shrink. And there was a Darwin quote indicating that adaptation is more important than intelligence and strength, etc. That is very, very, very true. This company started by buying a store brand business in 2018, completely overpaid for Omega Pharma, did get 400 million euros back through a little bit of a negotiation in front of a judge, which was a good thing. And then we were the last in the queue in order to make M&A. So we were waiting for a number of US acquisitions taking place before it was our time. And I think Fabian and I, we have been looking at 20 M&A candidates, spending tons of hours in DD sessions here. But we managed And before I talk about that acquisition, which is critical for us, I will just give you a quick profile of the company that you may not know. Our business on the European side is 1.5 billion. Most of it is branded. 200 million is a store brand, primarily in the UK. The global company is $4.5 billion. I'll talk more about the global company later on. We've got 100 brands. We've got 4,000 employees. All manufacturing sites are close to customers, and 1,500 of employees in innovation, marketing, sales, CSI, digital, e-commerce, etc. And we are visiting around 75% of the weighted pharmacists. In a universe of 200,000, we visit 100,000. The company in the US, on a volume term, given it is a store brand business, is twice as big as number 1 and 2 in value. Because in the US, OTC prices are higher, so the business model is compelling. You sell at a 30% lower price than national brands, the consumer saves money, and the retailer makes more money. From a value point of view, we are probably around number 3 in the US. In Europe, according to Hall statistics, we are number 9. That is reflecting a revenue around 700 million. If I look at these 1.3 million, we are probably number 5 or 6 in Europe. That means worldwide we are around 3 or 4. In that business, there is a branded business. If you look at the categories, we got a fair share in cough, cold, and allergy. We are disproportionately bigger in lifestyle, and we were talking about prevention. I really hope that we are getting out of just the retreatment regime, but really playing a key role within prevention going forward. That is our job, and that's our role. We have a disproportionate higher share within personal care, low on VMS, and then we have a number of strategic niche brands where we most often are not competing with the big OTC companies. So that's shown on a bar chart, and then just like any other company, we have Center of Excellence. And it was based on a mission of an innovation, marketing, and sales powerhouse. We wanted to be pan-European. We want to be the go-get company. We are depending on open innovation combined with in-house innovation. If you got some great product ideas, and there was a few for, please come to us. In 2017, there was someone else participating in that pitch for Compete. We discussed this before. I've been in the company for 2 months. I asked for more than $500 million. You lost to Goldman Sachs. A phenomenal business of HIA, which for us is the missing link, which really gave us the critical mass. What a wonderful company, wonderful people, super professional, and has really been a cultural add and fit to our company. Again, niche products within skin healing, more than 50% market share in blister care. On women's health, more than 50% market share in emergency contraception and regular contraception, and a US brand called Mederma. So we paid 4 times more for it, but for something which was 3 times bigger. Imagine to integrate 250 professionals in a company of 9,000 with respect to not only cultural fit, but cultural add. It's like a steamroller coming, so we've been really showing empathy and being very sensitive in order to get that talent intact. And that has led us to us completely redefining our growth vectors, but also the global, with a portfolio now within women's health, skincare, which has doubled, and then participating in other categories. We participate in the double amount of categories than any of our competitors. We are having 90% of branded business in Europe, 10% store brand, and the vice versa in the US. We got double as many brands as any of our competitors, and we are operating in double as many regulatory categories than our competitors. So this has really led to these 3 growth vectors with the associated brands within. I really enjoyed these morning's presentation. I think everybody was touching upon them in respect to not being a product-only company, but having holistic solutions here. And I think this is where we play a key role. I also do believe we need to go slow. We have somehow to defend our products with clinical credibility, but also to embrace the technology and the way the consumers navigate, because the consumer navigates completely different. The consumer journey is different. The technologies they see when they search on Google, and not least on ChatGPT, have you done that? Take all your indications of your products, all the brand names, and see what comes through. And if AI is not stopped, it will continue and influence search optimization, how you do e-commerce, all about hidden text going forward here. So in my view is find out whether you embrace the advice in your product portfolio, or do you go for a full integrated model with telemedicine's app, healthcare data, home diagnostics, and the whole thing. And of course, you need to make the choice. I'm talking a little bit about the 5 Ps, starting with the portfolio. So this is where we are going to a corporate perspective. This is $4.5 billion in revenue, turning into a $5 billion soon. With net sales growth of 13% versus last year, organically that was 9%. We are not cheating with the acquisitions, and with an operating income growth around 11%. So all care is new, women's health care is new, and skincare has been doubled during that period of time. And that has led to these growth rates that you would see here that I can't see, but I think it's around 7% and 9% respectively. If you're a woman, you have 3 times less opportunity to get the right diagnosis than if you're a man. In 2015 in Poland, emergency contraception went OTC. In 2017, it was reversed. In 2016, sildenafil for men was OTC switched in Poland. It gives you a little bit of indication how many older men in boards and in management groups in pharmaceutical companies and OTC companies have completely forgotten about women. Underserved, a huge opportunity to go forward. So, in respect to women's health, we see this as a major opportunity to follow the woman in all stages of her life as an emerging, fast-growing category. And of course, HIA for us is the springboard. This is, of course, followed up also with the dialogue we have with FDA on regular contraception in an OTC format for Opel. I know we also competitors, but you could cross your fingers on behalf of women in the US, where there's around 3 million unintended pregnancies every year, and where 1/3 of women find it difficult to get a prescription also, and where 15 million women are not using safe methods. And similar on the skincare, with the addition of HIA, that really changed our growth projections, because that also turns us into a more diversified company, not only on store brand and brand, but also being a global player with brands like Compete and Mederma that can travel globally. We want to be the most human company, and this is very much based on our values of integrity, meaning doing the right things, giving people responsibility and accountability, being respectful to all employees, where big bosses cannot shout and scream. You need to speak to your employees like you want to be spoken to, where curiosity is a key part of our DNA. This is linked to, of course, global enablers to support our mission within self-care in these growth vectors. And that's very much related to what we call internally trust-based management, where people are absolutely the most important. Without people, there's no business. Trust is phenomenally important instead of having rules for everything. Values and trust drives the business, interconnectivity in a network-based organization, making handshakes throughout the value chain in order to get results done. And we don't accept big old bosses screaming and shouting. We talked a little bit about prevention. I really hope that we play a different role. So I know the statistic. I used to work for Novo Nordisk for 16 years. I've done biologics, biosimilars, generics, medical devices, and OTC for 30 years. Society cannot afford the right side, so we need to play a role in these critical areas, whether it's diabetes, cholesterol levels associated with heart disease, and many other cancers. So we need to up our game, and while we're doing it, we are saving healthcare cost in order to sponsor the middle column in respect to, with deep respect for the ethical pharmaceutical industry of saving lives with great drugs. And then, of course, we are used to the treatment side of the equation for distress purposes. So this is just repeating itself, making sure that people doesn't become a patient. I totally agree that ESG, that's an American expression, will be a front burner. I didn't understand the word the first time I heard it there. And I like really the presentation from Sarah, from Halion, because it indicates that we are not only competitors, but we are colleagues in this field. According to The Economist, the world has to increase its efforts and investments by 8-fold for us even to get near to the climate goals. We have a policy of saying it's everywhere and everything matters. So this is not a subject where you approach it from a business perspective with processes, etc. We chase everything. The way you go to work, how you operate at work, when you go home, to customers, in our factories, and throughout the entire value chain. And again here, we are probably a company that from that perspective you haven't heard for. We are making great strides, and we got great goals, we got great achievements, and we have roadmaps for the specific areas in which we want to achieve this. And as an example, in Europe, we are already using 100% of renewable electricity. We are partnering in Sweden with an apps where all the industry are working with the chains in order to instruct consumers how to recycle it. So I'm super proud about this part of the agenda and in respect to the results that we can demonstrate. And that, of course, is linked to the performance. So I'm going to finish off the presentation by saying, I think we've done the turnaround. We are ready for growth. On the right side, we reduced uncertainty. And I never worked for a guy, in this case, my CEO, Maury Kessler, that has sold and bought more companies than I've ever seen in such a short while. It's a phenomenal job, which has led us to building a 500 million pipeline and launching for 600 million of new products, and a lot of achievements by promoting the ESG agenda and the DEI agenda. Leading to growth, and I talked about the divestment of our big RX business of $1 billion in that 4-year period by focusing the business to a pure play OTC company that accelerates growth. So focus in strategy definitely makes sense. The company is larger without those RX components today. Also focusing on e-commerce. I mentioned one of the enablers, and we're doing great strides, and more than 10% of our total revenue comes from e-commerce. The next thing is really our choice. We just made in, I think it was 2019, a major acquisition benefiting our business in Russia and in Poland here. But we have decided not to compete in Russia, so we have immediately stopped all our own brands, and we have also stopped all of the activities where we were sub-supplier to others. That's our choice, and it's based on our vision, and it's based on the fact that there's only 3 essential drugs on WHO's OTC list here. So this is a little bit a summary slide. We believe in our vision. We believe we have transformed it and finished the turnaround. We have a different business model, which I hope that I have conveyed to you. We believe in the self-care agenda. We believe in our leadership culture. And we are ready, I think, for a solid and robust future going forward. HIA, honestly, was the missing piece for us that gave us critical mass. Fabian has spent all our monies, so we cannot acquire for 1.5 years. but we will be back in the game in 1.5 years from now. The company is 136 years old. It's a great responsibility. I don't intend to present at the 66th Hall Conference in 36 years. I would let that to others, but hopefully you learned a little bit more about a 136 years company in these 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sven. Very inspiring, very inspiring. Excellent. Right, we have a few minutes for questions. Anand, please. Is there another microphone? There we go. There's a microphone running towards you, Anand.
Thank you. Sven, hugely inspiring presentation.
I haven't given a presentation for 10 years. I've been so busy.
Well, you have done a great job.
You did well.
Thank you.
You mentioned that your business is $1.5 billion.
In Europe.
In Europe. You have 100 brands and you are focusing on 15 categories.
Yeah, 12, 13.
Yeah, you put 15, so I
Yeah.
counted them 15. So I wonder, how do you focus with so many brands with only 4,000 employees, and especially when you are focusing, people are so important. Are you not spread too thin?
People are hardworking.
Hardworking.
No, we really try to categorize our brands, whether they are true global, they are regional, or with their local crown jewels. Our innovation in one brand, you would see a copycat of that in 8 other brands. So behind the scene, we are creating scale and leveraging it. To nurse all these brands, that requires you have an open innovation model. So 50% is internal development with R&D centers on skincare in Stockholm and cough and cold in Bronson. You need open innovation. So we are trying to attract the best brains and ideas to come with us. And then you do co-development, clinical trials together, and scale up together. And often with some of the developers, we even buy the finished goods from that provider.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? I think one thing that really inspired me, Sven, Neil, of course, who spoke at some conferences when he was still at Omega. It was not at Perrigo yet. The can-do attitude of the team. He was talking about how they didn't have the weight to go to the big multiples like Boots in the UK, so they decided to focus on the more traditional pharmacies, which had been underserviced.
When was that?
This was about 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay, yeah. So I joined 6 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, Boots is a giant customer for us, and key
exactly.
account management in Holland, the Nordics, and UK is, of course, top of mind. So
exactly,
it's omni-channel with mass e-commerce, etc.
Exactly.
So,
But it was this can-do attitude of, okay, we're not able to do that right now, but we'll do it another way, build up the critical mass. And that kind of can-do attitude, I think, is something very important for companies growing.
We both can try, can fail, and can do.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sven. Thank you. Right. Okay, very inspiring, very inspiring. Right, so we're now going to move again to the awards. This time we're going to be looking at the Worldwide Marketing Awards, where we are going to give our awards to the best examples of creativity in CHC advertising. And this is now global, so we'll start to see some of our colleagues from around the world presenting. And so in first place, again, so if you can get your voting slips, we're looking for the first, second, and third. And we're going to start off with IMO from Combifar, who are going to be talking about their particular case study. So, IMO, please run the video.
Mabuhay, Terisawi say hello from the warm and sunny islands of the Philippines. Amidst the height of the global pandemic, Combifar was able to successfully relaunch IMO Daily Care Formula in the Philippines. It is with great pride and honor to present to you our entry for the Worldwide Marketing Awards category. This is Earl Alonzo Hayona, Senior Manager for Marketing, IMO Philippines, and this is our story.
For more than 40 years,
IMO is the leading and most trusted eye drop brand in the Philippines. After 2 years of absence in the Philippine market, IMO came back to the Philippines with Combifar, a leading pharmaceutical company in the region, together with IMS Asia. The leadership that the brand holds became its inspiration to complete the triple care formula for the eyes by reintroducing IMO's third variant to Filipinos. But the campaign was abruptly halted due to the pandemic that shocked the world. And it is in this most trying time that IMO, more than ever, needed to take part in ushering in each Filipino to overcome the scourge of the world's longest and strictest lockdown. IMO opened the eyes of the nation to see that they have to live the new normal one day at a time through a 360-degree educational campaign dubbed as Clean Eyes Every Day. This relaunched IMO Daily Care, the third variant of IMO, on November 21 in the Philippines.
Without a doubt, protecting our most important organ is very important. However, the awareness level of this is actually still quite low. With the pandemic, practicing daily hygiene is even more important than ever.
The campaign focused on the lifestyle modification brought about by COVID-19. A fitting message that helped Filipinos understand how the COVID-19 virus can go through the eyes.
Instead of rubbing your eyes if they feel irritated, I propose a better alternative. You have to use an eye wash that can clean your eyes from foreign particles.
The 360 campaign latched on the tagline, "Cleans your eyes, relieves itchiness," which became a powerful reminder that rubbing can harm the eyes and that water is not enough to keep it clean. IMO Daily Care took the spotlight with this campaign, catapulted by a digital media launch. The launch recorded an astounding media value amounting to 5.7 million pesos, a 575% return on investment. During the media launch, IMO Daily Care also introduced its brand new endorser, a TV and movie star, and a trusted personality, Ken Chan. Ken Chan's collaboration with IMO instantly became a trending topic on Twitter. The launch was made in time for IMO Daily Care to be available in pharmacy channels nationwide. The brand also amplified its campaign through a TVC featuring its brand ambassador, Ken Chan, together with beauty queen Emma Mary Tiglao, with a total reach of 18 million during its campaign run on TV. The TVC was also seen on the MRT and LRT stations to make sure that Filipinos who are exposed to the daily perils of dust, pollution, and the virus are well informed on how to take care of their eyes. Static ads were also placed strategically on different train stations. IMO also maximized the power of the digital sphere. The brand tapped different KOLs to reach more audiences online, with a total reach of 60 million. The public felt more of IMO's strong presence with the National Eye Care Awareness Month 2022, a hybrid activation with webinar and online sampling in different BPO or call center offices to offer health advice and education together with a respected ophthalmologist. After 6 months from the launch, IMO Daily Care contributed to the success of the total IMO Philippine portfolio as manifested in these 3 key milestones in 2022. Sales. 2 historical highest sales breakthroughs in the history of IMO sales in 6 years for the months of June and August 2022. Growth. IMO outperformed the market in the past quarter with double-digit growth after we fully launched the campaign in Q1. Distribution and penetration. IMO Daily Care distribution and penetration rate swelled in Q2 and Q3. The variant is poised to level with the distribution level of IMO Red and IMO Blue variants in top chain accounts. IMO is now in the top 100 OTC brands in the Philippines. The brand is also the dominant market leader and top 1 eye care brand for total OTC and ethical combined eye drop market with 58% market share. The Cleans Your Eyes, Relieves Itchiness campaign brought success to IMO with more than 20% growth versus 2021, the highest growth in the category. IMO also gets a 128% uplift of brand positivity from the Brand Lift study conducted by Kantar. With the complete triple care formula, IMO Red Eyes formula, IMO Moisturizing formula, and IMO Daily Care formula, IMO not only increases the eye care category in the Philippines, but also provides for every care need of the Filipinos. As our commitment, we will continue to break boundaries, challenge the norms, and provide inspiration to the eyes of every Filipino worldwide.
Okay, thank you. So, IMO and Earl and the team from the Philippines. Right, so now let's move to invite Peter Holgate to come and present for us the case for Allegra from Sanofi.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is Sanofi, Allegra, and the Live Your Greatness campaign. So Allegra had a big ambition to be #1 global allergy brand with their oral antihistamine brand Allegra. And it was a stretching target, not only from the sales point of view, but also from the brand point of view. They were already promising to help people live up to their full potential through the medicine, but they needed to make that promise real across all of the communications. The problem is the brand wasn't living up to the potential itself either. So when we looked at it, it had a superior formulation. And when Allegra was launched, we had reliable information from competitors and people who used to work in the industry that the fexofenadine formulation was seen as something that was going to be seriously disruptive. The thing is it had never really been communicated. That connection had never been made with people suffering from hay fever. They didn't really understand that it was superior, so there was a gap. But it really did have this unique and powerful combination, and because of the fact that it doesn't pass the blood-brain barrier, that's why you don't get drowsy. So it is something that was definitely superior. But the problem is when you look at the category and you look at how it advertises, all allergy medicine basically looks the same. And it's because most of the brands just talk about the 3 main benefits: fast, non-drowsy, and long-lasting. And in that communication, everything gets missed. All of the difference gets missed. And you get those little tiny differences in products don't really come through. Allegra also had a lower ad spend than its competitors as well. So it was already behind in its ability to catch up, to go from #3 to #1. And further analysis through Ipsos showed that not only was it behind in its share of voice in the market, but also it was behind in emotional connection to the audience. So people are seeing this just as a functional commodity. And also it wasn't even owning the key brand drivers and product drivers in the category around living up to your full potential, being able to live the life that you want disrupted, not disrupted by allergies. So it wasn't really pulling its weight with the message. And then internally, when we looked at it as well, the other issue was the previous campaign that had launched in 2020 called the Yes campaign had failed to connect with the individual local markets around the world. So this ad was designed in a traditional way, big TV campaign at the middle. It was optimized for the US market only, which is Allegra's lead market. And unfortunately, the way that allergies were portrayed in here didn't resonate with the rest of the markets around the world. And so Allegra found that they weren't getting that group effect from all the markets coming through, and so they'd be behind in trying to reach that global sales target. So local markets were either creating their own ads or adapting this in ways where it didn't work. So when you looked at it though, it was the consumers who were really suffering. When we looked into how we were going to solve this, we went back to the people who we were trying to help, the allergy sufferers themselves. And when you look into it, the truth really is allergies, people say, if you ask someone if they've got allergies, it's just my allergies, it's just hay fever. We're not talking about serious food allergies. We're talking about allergies to pollen and dust. These things can disrupt your daily life, But in the end of the day, you take some medicine, you soldier through, you get on with your life. But the trouble is it does actually have quite a high impact on people's lives when you look into it over the longer term. And we knew from talking to people that the target audience, these heavy allergy sufferers who suffer frequently every season or in a tropical market, it's a kind of always-on situation, they don't see themselves as wanting to achieve any less in their life just because they have hay fever. They still, funnily enough, have the same dreams and hopes and ambitions as everyone else. But they don't see it as a serious condition, and so therefore they don't always treat early enough or at the right time, and they don't prioritise that. What they do is they go about their daily lives and they let it get in the way, and then they treat to remove those symptoms. So we realised from looking at that category, what we needed to be successful and what we could see within the Ipsos research was that we needed to own more of the brand assets to make the brand stand out in the conversation. If we were going to have a better conversation, we needed to make sure that the end result came back to Allegra. We also needed to stop following the category codes of advertising. So there's a very clear convention that's causing a sea of sameness in the ad category when you look at the ads. Product, person suffering, solution, and then a list of benefits at the end. And we needed to break that because no matter how good your benefits are, you can't cut through with the same conversation. We also needed to create an emotional difference in there as well. So they always show people suffering in the category, show people a bit downtrodden, wearing it heavy. That's not the actual reported experience of people living with allergies. And then finally, that traditional approach that didn't work last time, big 4 TV campaign at the middle, we needed to make sure that whatever creative we put out and whatever communications we put out would work for all those markets around the world, would work for all those different people suffering in temperate and tropical markets, and it was one that was flexible and could be adapted so that the markets could adopt it and we could get the results we needed. So to do this, we needed to disrupt the category. So we did just that on 4 levels. The first thing is usually people show allergy sufferers. We flip this and we show allergy fighters, people who are living their life the way they want in spite of their allergies, an inspirational tone. The second thing, we talked about that problem-solution thing. Well, we'll flip that so our campaign starts in the powerful symptom-free after, and we show people living the life they want, not suffering from those allergies. And then our campaign is flexible enough to be relevant in temperate and tropical environments. It's for all the different triggers, and that we can use those scenarios as well with a distinct look and a distinct feel and language for Allegra that means that whether it's a 3 to 5 second banner ad you're seeing or the 30-second TV ad or some online digital content, you know that this is Allegra and it feels distinct. So welcome to Live Your Greatness, the campaign.
Allergies just try to stop us being the greatest versions of ourselves. Allegra lasts up to 6 times longer than Benadryl, so trees, you won't take us down.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin, so dust, you won't wipe us out.
And unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make us drowsy. So fur, you won't phase us. When allergies attack, take Allegra before your symptoms take over you. Live
your
greatness.
So we were really efficient with the way that we used those scenarios. So in there, you saw 3 different scenarios with 3 different triggers. It was easier for the local market teams and the brand teams to cut that ad into sections and play in smaller formats. It was also easier for local markets if they needed to reframe and they needed to reshoot, because we couldn't afford to shoot in almost every culture and every demographic that you would need to, that the local market could easily adapt and create their own version of this scenario as well in a shorter frame. And we did that by analysing that experience in those 2 key markets. So starting with the sales data for the people that buy Allegra, and then looking at the competitive set as well, we looked at how they experience and how they go on to buy within the category. And we understood deeply the 2 different experiences that you can have. One, in a tropical market, where these allergens are always on and can come up at any time. And also in that seasonal market, like here in the UK, where it's led by pollen season. And we use the understanding of that to spin these messages out across the customer journey so that we can be relevant not only in the time frames that we were talking to people in the times of year, but also where they were within the customer journey. And so that messaging was spun out across those 2 reams and given within the toolkit and sent to the local markets so they could tweak and adapt the messaging and the claims within there to be relevant to the sections of the customer journey where they were posting the adverts. Ooh. And then what we did is we looked at those different scenarios, like I said, and different formats, and we created this toolkit that broke it down by the different triggers that they would experience and the different categories. And then we were careful to build environments where it would resonate with a wide range of cultures from those two areas, so that we would capture the main markets for Allegra and give them something that they could use immediately. And the results, right from the beginning, even before the campaign launched, were fantastic. So the first thing that happened is when we ran the idea executions through pre-testing with Ipsos, the results were off the chart based on any previous ad concepts that Allegra had put through. This allowed us to convince the markets that we were doing the right thing and that we were building a vehicle that would allow them to come with us. So we immediately, even before shoot production, had brought the markets through with us, and we knew that we were going to have the support of those key markets and that they were going to run this advert. We also worked closely with them so that we optimized those messages. So you'll see some of them on there had heavy claims advertising, 6 times faster than another brand. So we worked with local in-market teams in the US to hone those based on the insight that they had. And the result is that previous Yes campaign you saw launched in 2 markets fully and performed in 1. Ours launched in over 30 markets and has performed in nearly all of those markets, but importantly, in the 2 key markets, US and Brazil, which make up about 80% of Allegra's sales. And so the combined effect of this is Allegra has outgrown the category. It has become the single biggest contributor to category growth when these ads were running across 22, and it's got twice the growth of the closest competitor because of the flexibility of that ads and because of the group effect of all these markets running it. And then when we come down to those 2 lead markets, so the biggest sales in the US market, we grew retail sales by 8.3%, again outstripping the category. Improvements in penetration, consideration, and then importantly, into the effectiveness of the paid social advertising with those small formats that previously that ad couldn't touch. And then, of course, that brand love for Allegra as well. Did we make that emotional connection? Yes. So moving from 9.2 to 12 as a high during that campaign. And then in Brazil, a market that previously hadn't seen success from the global advertising department in Allegra, saw sales grew 73%. The relationship, well and truly strong now between the global brand team and the Brazilian teams, and they're seeing that benefit from that increase, as they are the most expensive product in that market, and as you can imagine these days, the cost of living, that's quite a considerable thing for someone to continue to take. And the brand love scores leaping even further in that market, they're plus 20. And then the gains in there, small gains in the TV effectiveness, but really impressive, 167% in the online advertising and the improvements that come from that flexible module campaign. And then, hopefully I'll be standing here next year giving you a similar presentation because what we've done is created a campaign platform that is hopefully going to last for years. So off the back of this, we're already optimizing this campaign. We have versions coming for the next generation to adults. We have a kids campaign for the kids products as well. And then we're looking at the product extensions that Allegra is working on this year will all fit under the Live Your Greatness campaign. And what we'll do is expand on this set of triggers and expand on this set of scenarios and build from there to hopefully gain even greater success and hit number 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you so much to Allegra. Right, okay, so now we're going to go to Barcelona and we're going to have Yuriach. Alethea is going to talk to us about Physiocrem. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, everyone. First, I'm here today in name of many people from the marketing department, innovation and regulatory. So, thank you very much to take it as an account today. We are going to talk about Physiocrem cannabis, and the challenge was how we can be pioneers, be leaders in a new product category without be able to communicate the main product benefit. So let's see in the next video case how communication, consumer-centric communication, disruptive creativity, a very well-planned media plan, and a lot of things that you will see later on can help us to achieve our results from a marketing and company point of view. So thank you very much, and remember, Spain, 3 points.
world, something is changing. People are not just living longer. Above all, they now want to live better, enjoying more health, well-being, and quality of life. And they understand that achieving this calls for holistic effort entailing many interrelated things: diet, physical activity, sport, rest, sleep, caring for the body, but also the emotions, mind, and spirit. At Uriac, we have been aware of this change for years. Thus, in an evolutionary way, we have been orienting our resources and activity towards more natural products focused on this holistic attention to well-being, like Physiogram. Physiogram is a referent brand in physical well-being solutions for the treatment and physical preparation with a proposal based on natural ingredients. We had an important opportunity with the launch of cannabidiol-based product, Physiogram Cannabis. At Physiogram, we set a new goal to reach consumers with chronic muscle and joint pain. A great challenge, since we had to impact this target with Physiogram Cannabis, a product that, due to its category and its CBD ingredients, is not allowed to be explicitly associated with pain, which is precisely the chronic condition that afflicts our target consumers. How could we be a pioneer and take over the category without being able to clearly communicate its main benefit? And how could we draw attention to ourselves and excel in a category with a high advertising investment? When someone suffers from muscle or joint discomfort, any routine movement can be truly difficult. Everything can become a burden. Based on this real insight, we created a TV and digital campaign that allowed us to better segment the target, a problem-solving, high-impact campaign. With it, we broke the rules established for the category with a commercial that portrayed precisely that moment when a person with chronic pain faces an uphill climb. Literally, we showed how their environment suddenly transformed into an impossible climb. In the beginning, we see what looks like an everyday scene where the protagonist is going to pick up a magazine from a table, but just as she reaches for it, the table and the scene move away noticeably, creating a considerable slope. But once the protagonist uses the product, everything is back within reach, like it was initially. A visual metaphor of what a user feels and of the relief provided by Physiogram Cannabis. So we turned a weakness into a strength. We could not directly imply pain, but we ended up showing it visually in a way that was disruptive and conspicuous, creating a code inherent to the brand that has managed to capture the attention of consumers and have a great impact. We took profit of the advantages offered by digital media to make a much more segmented communication to the consumer who suffered from chronic pain with the maximum affinity. Being a new launch, we focused on the upper part of the funnel to work on awareness and consideration. We created a plan to cover the different objectives by segmenting users according to their behavior and interest in chronic pain issues. For covering awareness, we activated the campaign in YouTube with video and banners, in social media, and with in-read content in different websites. For the part of consideration, we activated a native ads plan to generate traffic to the website where much more information was offered. According to brand tracking, the results achieved by the campaign exceed any prior expectations. We managed to convey the key messages: soothing effect, pain relief, daily use, and natural ingredients. We increased sales by 20% during the campaign periods and remained 8 points up in the following months with the campaign inactive. Why Physiogram Cannabis? Physiogram Cannabis campaign is a clear example of how communication can help achieve our marketing objectives. We managed to broaden the brand's target by making a consumer-centric communication based on real insights from our potential target: people suffering from chronic pain. We managed to turn a weakness into a strength. We could not directly imply pain, but we ended up showing it visually in a way that was disruptive and conspicuous. With disruptive creativity and a segmented media mix, we have managed to stand out and reach our potential target in a category with high media investments. And of course, we have created an effective campaign with great results in terms of sales, plus 20% during on-air periods and plus 8 points up in the following months. Want it? Physiogram, you can.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Alicia and the team from Uriac, Very good. Okay, now we're going to actually go over to Asia now with a video from Zulik Pharma Therapeutics, and we're going to be talking about Physiogel.
The year 2020, the year of reset, the year of self-care. And with this came a great need. ZP Therapeutics rose up to meet the challenge by reviving a brand that took a hiatus from the spotlight, to empower Filipinas with a better way to take care of themselves, keeping them strong during this time. Physiogel. With the power of digital, we highlighted a statement that people will not just scroll by. We let the world know that only Physiogel has biomimic technology, the science that creates the power to strengthen sensitive skin, leaving it soft for the people you love, especially during this time. And that is how Strength in Softness was born. More than just a campaign, Strength in Softness is a celebration of every woman's power of having that gentle strength. Exactly what the world needs at that time. The brand became someone Filipinas can count on. We received overwhelming response. And that support created the Physiogel Sisterhood, a collective of women who flex their strength and softness, starting with their skin through Physiogel. With that, we moved closer to them via FB Live through the CIS sessions, conversations that follow their strong skin stories and how they nurture their strength and softness that goes beyond skin deep. This 2022, as the restrictions eased, ZP Therapeutics took it up a notch, strengthening its connection with its sisters even more. For the first time ever, we took them on a CIS Day Out. It was a series of on-site events all over the country that featured wellness activities for our sisters, led by celebrities and influencers. Made possible through our partnership with organization Plastic Flamingo. Through these hybrid efforts, Physiogel was able to reach its goal and even more, putting the brand back in the game. This is the story of how ZP Therapeutics rejuvenated Physiogel for Filipinas and strengthened the brand for bigger moments that are yet to come.
Okay, thank you very much. And now, last but not least, we're going to hear from Mixagrip from Calbe Pharma. And again, we're going to run the video.
Economic disparity, changes of climate, intergenerational pressure, and the pandemic. Such problems lead to massive weariness and vulnerability to sickness, which most people can't afford to skip their working days.
Mixagrip believes health is a fundamental right for all. When one falls into sickness, one also loses a day to work. This phenomena shows that working is a critical matter, especially for those sandwich generation who are economically squeezed between two generations. As a leading OTC cold remedy in Indonesia, Mixagrip faces several challenges, which are competition in OTC cold remedies urged Mixagrip to be outstanding to its competitors, as they merely focus on TPC and digital executions only. Cold and cough OTC medicines are also often correlated with drowsiness as the side effect. Therefore, Mixagrip had to not only maintain its position and stay relevant to its current market, but also tackle the common belief that cold and cough relief can cause drowsiness. Mixagrip has the global campaign of Anti-Skip Hari and executed TVC production. To sharpen our strategy in Indonesia, Mixagrip works with Idea Cultura as a creative agency to incubate ideas and sharpen our aim.
Working in tandem with Mixagrip, our team formulated an extension to the campaign, Anti-Skip Hari. Delivering the idea of Mixagrip as an efficient solution by comprehensively understanding its consumers' problem to ignite a sense of belonging to the brand. Mixagrip immerses itself into young productive blue-collars to deliver our message from the same ground as them. Executing multimedia marketing strategies, Mixagrip converses with its audience both online and offline. From installing witty murals by collaborating with established local artists, producing a digital video that portrays the ambience of work and the spirit of being the family's backbone, to being present with workers on their way to commute in one of the most crowded modes of transportation, the intercity commuter line. Communicating through crafts that celebrate grassroots trends, engaging with its audience by working with one of the biggest Indonesian digital media, and fostering their thoughts through user-generated contents. To uplift and encourage them, and turn the discourse into a bittersweet speck of life.
Attracting the public's attention, Mixagrip successfully achieved in total of 177 million impressions digitally, with more than 41 million reach, 3.7 million engagements, 3 million views, and more than 470,000 clicks, resulting in the average of 0.45% click-through rate. Commercially, Mixagrip maintains its position as the #1 OTC product in the market, with an increasing sales of 33.5% compared to its previous year, creating a pattern of sales growth during the period campaign. Proving Mixagrip having to have delivered a believable message with solid impact by supporting you to never skip your precious days. May the Indo 4 be in your favor.
Okay, very good. Very good. Really seeing some excellent creativity and talent from all over the world. Right, so now is the time to vote. Remember, 3 points for your #1 choice, 2 points for your #2 choice, and 1 point for your #1 choice. Okay, please make sure that you leave your voting forms together with one of the team from Nicholas Hall, or leave it on the table as you exit the room to coffee. All right, and that's what we're going to have now. We're going to go for coffee. So, of course, coffee will be in the same areas where we had lunch. We will have half an hour, 30 minutes, and be back here at 3:30 for the final session of this inspiring conference. Thank you.
If you could grab your seats, ladies and gentlemen, for our final session. Thank you. I know I'm a bit podgy and there's like tsunami waves. Okay, thank you for getting back on time, ladies and gentlemen. For those that know me, I'm Trevor Gore. For those that don't, I'm Brad Pitt. Just makes it easier to find me later on. We've talked a lot today about brands and consumer-centric and all the buzzwords of the last 2 or 3 years and how it's all been changing. But we're really lucky for this next section, and I'm acutely aware it's all between you and the bar and a trip down the Thames. So I'll be brief. But we've got 3 great speakers who are going to show us how to grow, launch, and develop big brands and big businesses. The first one is Matt, and Matt misses by, I think, about 4 weeks being part of the great Reckitt's reunion that we're seeing here today. Steve's ex-Reckitt's, I'm ex-Reckitt's, and Anne's ex-Reckitt's. And you missed it by about 4 weeks, I believe. But don't worry, we'll get you at some point. But Matt's going to talk about creating impactful consumer brands. I've been given a whole load of spiel about him. I'm only going to read the first bit because it confused me. Matt is an international business developer, brand builder, multi-sector, B2C, B2B, do 2C, which I think is the new Star Wars droid, I'm not sure. Perhaps Matt will be able to explain what the hell that means, but he will be able to tell us about creating impactful consumer brands. Matt.
Good afternoon, everyone. I didn't ask for Trevor to introduce me, but that was it's very nice of him, so thank you. Hi guys. I'm going to take you through the next half an hour talking about impactful brands and that change the game. I'd say change the game or changing the game, and I'll allude to what I mean by that as I go in through the presentation. But Vector Consumer was founded in 2009. We have a sister company called PharmaPack, and PharmaPack is a contract manufacturer and filler and has been around for about 25 years. We have 2 brands at the moment in our stable, and we also have another arm that is healthcare supplies, kind of born out of COVID, and we've kept that going. And we work with the NHS and a few other bodies around supplying them with medical products. In terms of our ethos, and when we started back in 2019, we wanted to be global from day one, and at the time we wanted to go beyond Brexit. And kind of appear in places where we were well received. The Union Jack stood for something. We were looking at Asia. We were looking at the Middle East as our focus markets. And actually, you can probably just about make out here at the bottom, our first customer was actually in Hong Kong, and it was A.S. Watson. And A.S. Watson have there's a peppermint oil that some of the people who are from France in the room called Rickles. And it's been sold widely in Asia for many years. And they came to us and said, we'd like some private label, but we wanted to do things a little bit differently. And at the time, we saw a lot of heritage coming through and a lot of trends. So we actually went away and created this concept around A.S. Watson. And if you don't know that, A.S. Watson stands for Alexander Skirvin Watson, who was a pharmacist from Scotland who moved over to Hong Kong and became the royal warrant holder and was a pharmacist over there. So we created this heritage range with Watson's. That was our first brand that is a brand that Watson's have. The other brands we have 2 other brands. One of them is called Solve, and that's inner and outer beauty. We try and do beauty on the go, and we also do nutraceuticals as well. And then the second brand. Now Solve at the moment is almost purely export. Our biggest markets are the Middle East, Asia, and also New Zealand as well. and then the next brand, which I'm going to spend more time talking about. So this brand already has 700 million fans, okay? So 700 million potential customers. It also has 150 years of history, creating some standout global moments that people remember, some really iconic moments. And during 10 months of the year, it has a marketing campaign that runs every 3 days, okay? And that's seen by a global audience, and it's talked about for days, sometimes in a good way, sometimes in not so good way, depends. Okay, so if you're trying to get the theme of where I'm going with this, it actually all started back in Hong Kong, and it all started with a bet, which, you know, a lot of good ideas start that way. So picture the scene. I was overseeing A.S. Watson. I had a friend with me, a colleague called Barry, and we were in a Hong Kong bar before our A.S. Watson, just drinking Diet Coke. Watson's the next day, and we walked into this bar in Hong Kong, and we could have been in London, we could have been in Birmingham, we could have been in Manchester. It was absolutely full, and everyone was transfixed watching the TV because there's a Premier League game going on. I can't actually remember what the game was at the time, but the bar was absolutely full, and there was a lot of interest in what was going on. So, myself, this is me. I'm 11 years old. I myself am a massive Liverpool fan, and that's something that I have been for many a year. And at the time, I was in the bar with Barry, who was a Man United fan, and I turned to him because I knew we had this Watsons meeting, and we were talking about innovation with Watsons. And I said to him, I said, imagine creating a sports nutrition brand under the license of Liverpool Football Club. And he looked at me and he said, I love it, it's a great idea, but you'll never do it. How would you even start by doing that? So to me, I don't know if it's just the way I am, but I see things in straight lines and I don't always see the speed bumps or the obstacles in the way. I said, oh, well, I'll link in with the licensing team. I'll tell them that I've got an itch that I need to scratch, and then they'll want to see me, and we'll go from there. And he said, oh, okay, I'll bet you a pint of lager that you won't do it. So obviously a bet has now been placed, so it's just got a little bit more serious. And I came back from Hong Kong and got to work and started looking at the market and the stats, and just to try and kind of think, have I come up with a really crazy idea? Is it a crazy idea that's got some traction, or is it something that I just need to forget about and just go on with my day-to-day? So when we looked at sports nutrition, what we found was sports nutrition was one of the fastest growing subsectors in APAC. The male-female split was pretty equal, and the average age range of a sports nutrition customer was 25 years old. When we looked at Liverpool, we found out that there were over 300 million Liverpool fans in Asia. The split was very equal between male and female, and the average age range was also 25 years old. Now, in the UK, it's not 25 because I'm a Liverpool fan because my granddad was, and so on and so forth. But in Asia, it's a lot younger. So with those kind of stats coming back to me, I thought, right, okay, let's reach out to them. Let's request a meeting, which we did, and we went and saw them, and we pitched our idea. And they said, okay, well, let me take you through the licensing deal. Have you ever done licensing before? To which I was, no, not done this before. We need to learn fast. And we started talking to them about how we could bring this to market. So I got to fulfill a childhood dream. I signed for Liverpool, which basically meant I agreed to give them quite a bit of money for the next few years. It's the wrong way around, isn't it, surely? But in all seriousness, we worked with Liverpool. They provided stats on markets and share and age range and the split of male-female supporters. So we were able to look and find out where the biggest opportunities were for us. So things were going pretty well. We even brought over A.S. Watson, some senior buyers to Liverpool, and we hired out a player at the time. He's now at Bayern Munich, but Sadio Mane, we hired out his family box overlooking the pitch, and we pitched the idea to them and took them on a private tour of the club, so they really got a feel for it, and they loved it. So we started talking about 4,000 store launch. This is going great, a metre of space, you know, really, really nice collaborative discussions started. Fast forward to early 2020, January 2020, I was in China talking to the Chinese team. They really like it. Great, this is just going to work. And then something happened that we all know about. And almost overnight, that 150 million Greater China traffic that was going into Hong Kong almost stopped, and 93% of all traffic was just no longer there. So the shelves, the shelves were full, but there was no one there to buy. So unfortunately, the opportunity with Liverpool was put on hold with Watsons. However, in the November before, I had been to see Tmall or Alibaba, the Alibaba group, and had some really nice conversations with those guys. So we were able to pivot. We were able to talk to those guys, and they were very interested in talking to us about a launch. So, as you can imagine, dealing with someone like Liverpool, you've got a lot of contracts to go through, and it took time. But actually, with one of the slides before, when it talked about OTC and the time it takes, and then supplements and the time it takes, actually, it was probably pretty quick in some people's worlds. In my world, it felt like it was taking forever. So, fast forward to when we launched. We launched late in November of 2021. And we formulated a range of sports nutrition and wellness products, okay? We didn't just slap a license on them and make them as cheap as possible and try and sell them out. What we did, we created a range that was sympathetic to the customers that we're trying to engage with. So in China, there's a high prevalence of lactose intolerance, so the whey protein has lactose enzyme in there. We also we use Kerry ingredient, Wellmune, for our immunity support. And we really made sure that we weren't just selling off the back of the brand and the Liver Bird. We were actually selling a really well-considered range of products for someone from the age of 6 to 66. And we launched on Tmall very well. We had some great exposure from Tmall. The Alibaba group really liked it, what we were trying to do, because it was very different, never been done before. So we had some great support. And as you've probably seen before, live selling is massive already in China, across Asia. So we benefited from that. We did campaigns on Little Red Book, which is all about creating content and seeding content all the time. It's very expensive though, and if you look at brands that are doing well in China, they don't just work with Tmall. They have different avenues in which they sell. But we launched on Tmall. Then we launched in the Middle East. We premiered at Arab Health, and we had a pharmacy chain called Supercare Pharmacy, who we still work with now. They launched us, and again, very well known. The pharmacists in store, very knowledgeable. So we spent a lot of time training them and talking to them about the features, advantages, and benefits of the product, and that it wasn't just a Liverpool brand. As you can see, we've rolled out our launch since. We're now in Carrefour, we're in Union Co-op, we're in Sharjah Co-op, we're in Spinneys. So we have a nice footprint in UAE and growing into other GCC markets. However, working with someone like Tmall is, as I said before, very expensive. And we've found our way, and we kind of go in through the front door, and then you have to kind of turn right or left to actually make your money. It's very expensive to serve. And what we found was we need to find other opportunities. So we now sell on Douyin, which is TikTok, as you probably know, and another platform called Kaishao, and as well as selling in Tmall as well. The cost to serve, as I said before, for Tmall is very, very high. So we get our value from these social selling opportunities, and that continues. Okay, so the UK is a really interesting market for us. If we take the products that we designed and looked for the right sales opportunities with high growth and fast sales, I think you could use an analogy. We kind of probably created the Porsche when we should have been selling a Volkswagen. And we've had to look at that, and we've had to look hard and say, okay, well, where will our revenue opportunities be in the future years? And the UK is one of them, absolutely. Australasia, ANZ is another. We already work with Chemist Warehouse, and if you work with those guys, you'll know that you've got to have a keen price. If you try and expect them to sell a premium product, it's probably going to get discounted really quickly. So we've had to take a beat, not quite reset, but bring in some MPD. So our MPD are hydration drinks and protein bars, and then small accounts, smaller servings. So we've done some price engineering to make sure we fit into the right retailers. And our rollout continues. So the UK is happening at the moment. We have Indonesia working with the MAP group over there. And we also have Scandinavia, which is going to be coming online in the next 6 months. We're already in Iraq and then China, as I've mentioned before. So, what have we learned? I think one of the biggest things through COVID was we had to be nimble. There was a part when we were building our products and COVID hit. What do? Do we actually down tools and put our heads under and just wait till it all calms down, or do we carry on and find a different route to market? And we went for the latter, and we did that. And also, not every size fits, so we had to tailor our range to make sure we have it for the right retailers as we try to expand and grow internationally with the range. So what do we know? Well, this wasn't just a one-shot idea. The idea around this was we will build brands for fans. So I'm sure a lot of you in this room have heard of Prime and what they've done, and the way in which they've hit this stratospheric growth, whether you agree with it or not, they've really honed in on that. So we are looking at this, and we are working with other people and looking to launch. The Liverpool, it was our blueprint or our red print. It's our proof of concept. Can we do it? Is there enough opportunity? And absolutely, resoundingly, yes, there is. And the other thing we know, and I knew this already, but I don't like to admit it, is not everyone's a Liverpool fan. As much as I'd like them to be. In fact, quick show of hands, have we got any Liverpool fans in here today? One fan. Wow. Perhaps I should have asked that at the start, actually. I could have gone home a lot sooner. But, not everyone is a Liverpool fan. But what we have found is in markets where, there's not this intense rivalry between maybe Man United and Liverpool and City, they see the Liverpool brand as a sign of quality. And first and foremost, they say, oh, okay, if it's good enough for Liverpool and it's well formulated, then I'll try that as well. So we are selling to non-football fans as well. But with that, there's a massive opportunity for us to look at opening into other areas. So what's next? Celebrity joint ventures is something that we're in discussion with at the moment. And I think what we're looking to do is move away from this licensing deal and then move more into like joint ownership opportunities. And we're a few different discussions that are going on. As I've said before, fan follow collabs and more brands for fans. Thanks, guys, for your time. If you've got any questions, then fire away.
Thank you. Any questions for Matt other than why Liverpool, really? Any questions? Question there? Yes.
Hi, thanks, Matt. That was really interesting and definitely sort of outside my sphere of knowledge in terms of the sports brands. It just occurs to me, why aren't you going into Europe? Is it because Europe is difficult for trading from the UK these days, unfortunately? Or is it that you don't think... I mean, I think there are quite a few Liverpool fans across Europe, so just wondered.
Yeah, I mean, on the first slides, it wasn't just a Liverpool idea, this beyond Brexit, but it was almost... The sentiment was, let's just let Brexit calm down a little bit. Okay. Let's take our ideas to the Middle East and to Asia, where they're very well received. But from a Liverpool perspective, we have a licensing deal with Liverpool, and therefore it's a market-by-market opportunity. Now, on our next launch, or in the next 6 months, one of our launches will be into Scandinavia, where Liverpool have a massive following. In fact, 1% of the Norwegian population is a paying member of the Liverpool Sports Club.
Wow.
So there's some big numbers to go after.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Matt? I've got one.
Lady at the back.
We'll get the other one first.
Sorry, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, that was a really interesting presentation. As someone who's obviously got quite a successful brand into China, I just wondered what you think is probably the best way of appealing to Chinese consumers specifically?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think there's almost this sentiment that, and if you went to if this was a Tmall event, you'd be told that you just list and there's a magic button and all of a sudden the sales are there because they've got this insatiable appetite. And, you know, it's a great market, but you need to spend a lot of time. You need to put a lot of content out there and you can't leave it alone. So we've learned that, you know, we need to have a presence on Tmall. But what's happening now, and there's some huge brands that are selling 10x on Douyin versus what they sell on Tmall. Now, if you were to look at Tmall, you'd go, oh, all the sales come through Tmall. But they really don't. But you kind of can't move away from Tmall. You need it because it's a point of reference. And when they're on Douyin, on their phones, they check on Tmall to say, oh, is it a credible brand? Oh, yeah, it's got a listing on Tmall. But they run this risk of almost pushing themselves out of the market because of the cost to serve. So, yeah, it's very interesting over there.
Thank you.
Any more for any more? Mine's a slightly dodgy question.
Oh.
So you mentioned Prime, and we've seen
Yeah.
its rise, and whether we like it or the celebrity behind it. The more we get into celebrity endorsements,
Yeah.
do we put ourselves at risk that sometimes, quite often, celebrities fall from grace very quickly? Are you a hostage to that?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because do you create a celebrity brand that is the celebrity's name? Or do you create a brand that is something that they are invested in, and therefore it's just part of what they do? Prime have done an amazing job, but they're not the only brand that are doing that. If you look at Ryan Reynolds with Aviation Gin, there's a lot of Kylie Minogue with a Prosecco brand at the moment. I think the size of opportunity is that vast that yes, you know what the risks are because they could always get into some bother. But you kind of go with it because the numbers don't lie, and it's just changing it around. So if you look at P&G and the other big boys, they use celebrities for everything, don't they? But they have a different relationship with them.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Matt. One of the phrases Steve and I use a lot in workshops is borrow with pride. That's posh for steel, but borrow with pride, but improve. One of the great things about a forum like we have here is listening to people from different industries and doing things differently and thinking, how could I use that? So we're really lucky to have Subrat Marwar, a CEO of Strides Consumer, who works in FMCG, beverages, small appliances, information services, and consumer health, who's going to talk to us about building global businesses from small. Put your hands together, please, for Subrat.
Hi, good evening. Thanks, Trevor. So just by way of introduction, I'm Subodh Marwar. And you can see all the big companies that I work for. And the reason I put this up there, in all these companies and, they're very recognizable names, is because I'm going to talk about how to become big going from small, but I come from what I call the world of the big, right? So your P&Gs of the world and, $80 billion. I think the smallest company, which is Sun Pharma, which is an Indian pharmaceutical company that I work for over combined 20 years of my career, I think Sun Pharma is the smallest at about $5 billion, right? So that is really, I come from the world of the big. And now it's to talk about the world of the small, which is very, very different, and how that operates. And hopefully in the next few minutes, I can give you an insight into that. Who are we? We are Strides Consumer. a little small company right now. And the way we define ourselves is that we are an international, okay? And that's a very carefully chosen word. We're not global. That means we do not go into, currently operate in, or have the wish or desire to operate in every single market of the world, right? That's what multinationals do. They operate in almost pretty much all markets of the world. My previous lives of Gillette and P&G, 100-odd countries. We are international, but very carefully selected international markets, right? So that's first. So the first thing is you have to be choiceful. You have to be considered, okay? Not go everywhere, and we'll talk about that. The second one is consumer health. Given this conference and the people in this room, that's the area we've chosen to play in. And the third one is platform, which essentially means we are creating an operating model whereby we can bring more and more products, more and more opportunities, but we've got a ready infrastructure to be able to bring that to the market. So it takes time to build it up, but once it's there, then you can very rapidly let the thing flow. And again, I will talk to you about what that is, right? So it's very considered how we define ourselves. Just a little bit how we came together. We're about 5 years old, and 5 years is an important milestone, as I'll show you in a slide. Came together, and I think my the speaker following from here will talk about a little bit about private equity. So we came about as a result of an investment from private equity, along with Strides Pharma, which is a listed Indian pharmaceutical company, again, global, operates in 100+ countries. And they came together, to really build this platform about 5 years ago. And, you can read about them later. But those are our two big stakeholders and investors today in the business, right? So that's how we came about at the end of 2018. We are incorporated in the UK. So UK is our holding company. And then we've got subsidiaries in the US, in India, and we're just setting up one in the Middle East, right? So again, the internationalization of the business from that perspective. I talked about our footprint, so you can see that today we are in multiple markets around the world, but the way the markets are chosen are quite synergistic, right? And that's important because when we talk about the product portfolio, you will see why we've selected these markets, because these are markets where our products can travel quite easily from one to the other. We can take the product, we can take the brand, we can take the communication, all of that, and they easily flow. In a lot of categories, for example, VMS, there's a lot of localization that is required, right? And particularly for small companies, that's difficult to achieve because then you're investing in everything at the same time. Here, you can do one standardization and then take that and apply to the other markets, right? And that's very important when you're trying to grow from being a small player to trying to get everywhere, right? So US is our lead market. Roughly about half of our business comes from the US. We've been in the UK for about a year and a half, couple of years, now expanding into Western Europe, now that we know a little bit about this. Middle East, and we've been in the Middle East for a while now. Good markets, premium markets, very high pricing, so again, very profitable from that point of view, so very good part of the region. Any of you thinking about going there, and I think Matt talked about the fact that, they've gone into Middle East, and I can see why. There are some very good markets there. Australia, again, developed market. You can get into, of course, Canada as a extension of the US, and then we've got a little India business, but that's more a licensing model rather than us operating it directly, because the cost of operating in emerging markets is very, very high, right? So that's our international footprint, and that's what we've developed over the period of 5 years that we've had this. And finally, a look at our product portfolio. I'm not going into a lot of detail about this because I think this presentation is about something different. But our core brand is a brand called JointFlex. JointFlex is essentially an external analgesic brand that operates and targets joint pain relief, right? Now, pain is a big category. External analgesics itself globally is about a $6-7 billion category, depending on which source you look at. However, pretty much all of the brands, starting from Voltaren or Voltarol, to all of them operate on the muscle pain relief, right? They are either counter-irritant brands having just menthol and camphor, or with diclofenac. Arthritis is one of the highest growing incidents in the world. Aging population, not surprising. Very, very few brands out there actually target joint pain specifically, right? And we are one of those unique ones because we're also formulated specifically for that. We are one of the very few external analgesic brands that have camphor but also have glucosamine chondroitin, which is very well known in the oral format, but in the topical format, very, very little, right? And we've got clinical studies to show actually that this works better than oral. Okay? So from that point of view, the product is very specialized, it's very effective, and that is what our core brand is. 80% of our business comes from there. And then we are in a few of the other categories, sleep, becoming very big, obviously, and we've got a couple of market-strong brands, a pediatric range called PediaCare, and then for those in the UK who may be familiar, a range of kids' oral care, a brand called Punch and Judy, which is a 70-year legacy brand in this country, right? So that's our portfolio, but the focus is pretty much on joint flex. And that, again, is important because when you're trying to grow and you're trying to do a lot of things, it's difficult to focus on everything. So ultimately, and we've learned this the hard way, we've tried a bunch of things, and I'll talk about that, but we've come to realize this is where we've got to focus for our future to develop, right? So ultimately, you have to sometimes go through a little bit of trial and error to really come to where you think your success is going to lie. And we believe our success lies there. So now we're putting all our firepower behind this one, okay? Just to show you why we believe this is there, right? And this is a complicated chart, a lot of numbers, that's not important. This is external analgesics category in the US, right? So what you see, what I've done is mapped over 4 years. 2019, that's the year we started our business, right? So that's our first full year of business. And then 2022, which is our last year that has gone by, and in between were the COVID years. What you see in the US, and this is, Nicholas will have to pardon me, this is IRI data, this is not DB6. If you strip out the one big switch that happened, which was Voltaren, okay, or Voltarol, as you know, in the UK, if you strip that out, the total external analgesic market over 3 years has only grown about 4-5% in the US, right? It's not really growing. This is a list of about 25 top brands. And what you can see in that is only 4 brands have grown over this period of time, only 4 brands, okay? We are the second fastest growing after a brand called MagnaLife. They are spending 3 times our size, so that's fine. They can grow there. But you can see, what's happening to the other. And it's not about our growth. I think the point that I want to make here is more here, that it's difficult being small. And what you can see in this list is that all the small brands, right, are actually declining. Pretty much all the small brands, except us and MagnaLife. And that is because it's difficult being small, you have to constantly innovate, and you have to constantly spend at very high levels in such a cutthroat category, right? Otherwise, this is what will happen to them, okay? Particularly a brand called Australian Dream, which is there, which is very big. When we started in 2017-18, this was a benchmark brand for us. And you can see in 2019, it's probably about 6 up. It was 4 times our size. Today, that brand is roughly our size, right? And we've grown, but they've declined tremendously, right? So unless, even as a small brand, you're constantly innovating, you're constantly at the consumer, and you're spending at a certain level, right? The market is very brutal, okay? So that's one big challenge that you have to absolutely grab by the neck, especially when you're a small player, because you can easily get subbed out. And it's not just in the US, but the US is obviously there. You see this, your next review, the CVS buyer or the Walgreens buyer says, I've seen enough, you've been declining for 3 years, out you go. And now suddenly, in one shot, 1/3 of your business is gone, right? Same can happen with Boots, same can happen, in Australia, Matt talked about Chemist Warehouse, same thing can happen with the Carrefour. It's the same story everywhere, right? So I think that is extremely, extremely critical thing when you're small to be able to manage. That's just our growth trajectory, just to show you. So we are about 3 times in 4 years. Thankfully, continue to grow through the COVID years, which has been good. And then we've got certain plans to continue to grow, right? So fully a successful journey. So let's talk about, so that was a little bit about us, just to give you a perspective of where I'm coming from. Well, let's talk about some of the lessons that we've learned, right? How do you grow big when you're small, right? Where do you go? It's tough, okay? This is not just consumer health or healthcare or whatever. This is all industries, everything. This is data from Fundera, which is one of the biggest sources of startup funding. And what you can see is that 50% of businesses, new businesses, and this is across industries, right? So it's completely agnostic, do not survive beyond 5 years. 50%, right? We are in our 5th year, so we're, I think, on the other side, which is good. By the 10th year, 75% will not survive. And by the 15th year, 92% of businesses are gone. That's the real statistic. This is across industries, right? So it's very difficult being small and then growing from there. We all hear these stories about the unicorns and all of that. That's what media talks about. The struggle is the balanced 92%, right? You really only hear about the 8. When we started, we were very conscious where we're going to play, right? So we looked at the big categories, and the first thing we did was we mapped out what categories there are in consumer health, and we looked at 2 axes. One axis was the natural growth rate, because we really didn't want to get into a dog-eat-dog fight, and the other one was market concentration, right? Which were the categories which had lot of large players. And then what we did was we sliced off categories, right? So within pain, we said we're going to actually focus on joint pain, right? 5 years ago, sleep was still a smaller categories, right? So we were very conscious. We want to play in the big categories, but we want to play niches where we don't have to come up against really, competition every day, but there's a natural growth rate of the category that'll help us at least build, right? And that's a very, very important factor when you're small and you're choosing where to play. Today, as a result of that, because we decided to play in joint pain, we've been able to differentiate, and that is important. You have to be able to claim or own something, right? So for us, we can own an ingredient because a formulation is totally unique, so that's something which is completely ownable. And over time, we've used that formulation and the efficacy of that product to today being able to come to a super claim where we can call ourselves the #1 clinically recommended joint pain brand in the United States, right? So you saw on that list we're small, but this is ahead of Voltaren, this is ahead of BioFreeze, this is ahead of Icy Hot, this is ahead of every other brand where we can claim that we are the #1 there. So you have to be able to have an ownable property which is distinct and which consumers can relate to. And the good part with this is something now you can take, because the product is the same, you can replicate it in other markets. Right? You have to go through the process, but that's where your global or international brand then starts developing and consumers can relate to it in the same manner. As I talked about, it's not easy. You can either be very, very focused, and Steve Jobs is a classic case of that, right? His famous quote that innovation is saying no to 1,000 things, right? So you have to be very, very choiceful, particularly because the resources are limited. Sometimes you have to go through trial and error, right? So you've got to spray and pray that you finally do hit the bullseye. But you do go through that process, and I'm being very honest and realistic about it, right? We've tried a lot of things because you don't know what will stick, right? So you do try a few things initially. After some time, though, you have to come down and start honing. You have to come down and focus on the one thing that's going to lead you to success, because no matter who you are, your resources are limited, right? So you have to be very, very focused behind that. The other thing when you're small is it's very difficult to open doors, right? Now this is more relevant to our industry. While e-commerce is growing, e-commerce is still 15% of the total industry, and of that 15%, 75% is vitamin supplements, right? So the rest of OTC is still small. So retail is still very, very critical, and you have to open doors, right? As a small player, you can't go and talk to a Walmart buyer or a Boots buyer. They're going to say, who are you? So I think it's important that you leverage the big. And that's one thing I think we've been able to do very effectively. In the US, we partner with the Emerson Group, for those of you who know them. For those of you who don't, they are the biggest health and beauty care distributor in the US. They throughput more than $3 billion of sales. If you look at the top health and beauty companies in the US in terms of sales, they're number 4. After the likes of P&G and Reckitt and whoever, health and beauty care, number 4. So more than $3 billion. So you can imagine the clout that they have with the retailers. And through them, we're able to go and talk to anybody that we want to in the US, right? On our own, we could never be able to do that. I could never go and have a conversation with the Walmart buyer, couldn't get to see them. But through Emerson, I can have 2, 3, 4 times a year, at least that conversation. Similarly, A&B in Canada, the second largest health and beauty care distributor in Australia. We've got Arotex, which is the biggest generic pharma and OTC company in that country. MPC, second largest distributor in the UAE. Sigala, second largest in the Middle East. Ceuta, who you may know in the UK, the largest HBC distributor here, and through them now we're getting into Western Europe. In India, we've tied up with Piramal, which is one of the top 10 consumer healthcare companies in the country, and DKSH, right, the largest distributor group in Asia. So I think when you're small, it's very, very important that you get in there with the big guys because they can open doors for you. Now, it's important they have to believe in your product. And because with JointFlex, we have a product which is great, which is efficacious, where there's a distinct identity to the brand, we're able to convince them that this is a great addition to your portfolio, right? Hence, we're able to partner with them, okay? On our own, as a small guy, you can never do this. And then as a small guy, you need to use the expert. Coincidentally and luckily, 3 of our 4 board members and experts are in this room today, right? Only Hari, who's the chairman of our investor, is not. But Nicholas, thank you very much for your guidance and mentorship over the years. Nicholas has been associated with us right from day one. He came on as part of our advisory board, and he's been super. He has connected us within his network. We've turned to him. I personally have turned to him for advice many, many times, and he's been fantastic. Anand, yeah, some of you know who's sitting here. Great experience. Anand has spent over 3 decades building global brands with companies like Reckitt and Boots, so it's been absolutely super to have him. And also Shashank in the middle of the room, and he also is on our board. And again, he is actually the ex-managing director of Strides Pharma, our parent. And again, great global experience. So not just here for that, but multiple countries, multiple categories he's worked in. So we're able to rely on that experience because as a small guy, you only know that much, right? And you can only know that much. So it's very, very important to go out, network, seek expertise, and bring in people who have had that experience because they can guide you on that. Just one example, small one. And when you're small, you have this enthusiasm, oh, I'll go there. We made a plan to go to Brazil. And, found a distributor, great, become good distributor, until we were presenting with the board and Shashank said, stop. He says, I've lived and worked in Brazil, and, it's a crazy place to go to, very difficult. You'll tie up a lot of efforts, resources. Let's look at that a few years later, right? Now, that was really valuable advice. And that sometimes as a small company you don't have, right? So I think that is why having the experts on board is very, very critical. Ultimately, you can have all the big ideas, but if you don't have the team, that'll not happen. And again, I've got a couple of team members here, so we're very lucky to have them. But again, it's important to have the right team and also the right size of team, right? We heard the brilliant presentation from Perigo, 4,000 people only in the international piece. Our company's 15 people, 1-5. That's all we are. We work across all those markets, across all those products, everything 15. Because you have to keep your costs limited, your fixed costs small. It's a big world out there. Go network, use the external world, right? So all our distribution is outsourced. We don't own any manufacturing. We don't plan to own any manufacturing. Everything is third party. And the good part of that is that keeps you nimble, that keeps you agile. Today, you can go to any part of the world and source the product, right? And you can try it and say it doesn't work. You can let it go. If you have your own manufacturing facility, you're logged in. You've got to worry about your yields. You've got to worry about your capacities. You've got to worry about the people. Today we have no problem. We just building brands because that's where ultimately the value lies, right? That's what consumers want. That's what stakeholders want. That's what investors want, right? So that's where it is. So the team is critical. But again, the team in the world of small has to work differently than the team in the world of big. So again, that talent has to be different. You have to be able to live with ambiguity, right? Because things change. You pivot. And you have to be comfortable with change when you are in the world of the small. Flexibility, openness to learning, agility, very, very traits, right? In big companies, you work with structure, right? You need to learn how to navigate. Here, you have to learn how to pivot on one foot. So again, different mindset, right? A lot of personal initiative, not to be told what to do, but be ready to do and to convince the stakeholders that this is the right thing to do, okay? So it's a different mindset in a way, right? A lot of great perseverance. It takes a lot to get there, right? Until you become big. So I think it's important as you're building up, you're building from small, getting the team with that attitude and the right mindset, I think is more important. Skills can be built. Skills can definitely be built over time. Attitude is far more important and will trump skill any day of the week, right? So I think that's important. And finally, let's talk about the elephant in the room, right? When you're a small guy, everything else is good, everything else is fine. All that's going to keep you alive is one thing, right? Money makes the world go round. So your cash is absolutely critical, right? And this is wisdom from LinkedIn, so I'll give credit where it's due. Not go through all of it, but your revenue, your profits, all of that is great. The one thing that's going to keep your business going is cash generation. If you've got the cash that's turning over, coming into your business, it's going to keep everything going, right? So that's very, very critical. Again, some data from Fundera, we said 90% of the startups fail, and the last line, 82% of those 90% that fail only do so because of one reason, which is they've run out of money. That's it. Yeah. I come from, I based in Bangalore in India, second biggest city after Silicon Valley for startups. I know unicorn founders. Where I live, I've got 4 founders of unicorns who are social friends, all of that, and plenty of other people who've started very successful businesses or not. And honestly, I can tell you, when you talk to them, it's not as if those unicorn founders are a different breed and they're super smart and all. I've got a guy who lives across from my house who started India's first e-commerce baby care business. Completely pioneering, very, very good. Today doesn't have it. And he tells me the only reason he had to get out of it was he ran out of money. Yeah, that's it. So, cash as my investor tells me, sorry, I think it's a bit dark. Always be closing, always be fundraising. That's really what keeps the thing going, right? So everything else is good. Yeah, we can be smartest, we can talk about all the good things. When you're small, if you don't have cash in the business, and when you're big, when you're $5 billion, you don't have to worry about cash, right? I mean, for 20 years of my life, I never thought about cash. That was never a consideration. There was always cash to be doing whatever you want. You launch 10 products. Honestly, for big companies, we know, and Nicholas has talked about that many times, 80% of new product launches fail. That's fine. If you're in a big company, it doesn't matter. You move on to the next thing. But as a small guy, if that happens 3 times, party's over, right? So just the final word, it's great. And I can tell you it's very rewarding. There's great stuff. It's not easy, but it's very rewarding. It's something very different that you do. But obviously, there's a lot that comes along with that. It's great fun. It's great fun, especially if you're able to build it and be successful. But it does take a lot. Okay? Thank you. Hopefully, I've been able to provide a different perspective.
Hold on.
I'm here.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any questions for Sir Ward? Dig deep into your grey matter. I've got one.
Sure.
Really impressive you got the #1 clinical claim. In larger companies, you do that by working the pyramid of influence. You get key opinion leaders to endorse you. How do you do that when you're a small company?
Thanks, Trevor. Again, great question. Process is the same, so you have to go through all of that, just that you don't do it yourself. We've outsourced this to a company which is very good and specializes in complete HCP outreach. Through them, we've gone on to over 2 years now, over 3,000 HCPs, and been able to get our product out to about 150,000 patients and consumers. Right? Because this is, I mean, any other brand on that list can come and challenge us tomorrow. So we need to be sure, and then, the legal cost could be very high on that. So we need to make sure, but the good part is we don't have to do it ourselves.
So there's an old English saying, great oaks from little acorns grow, and I think you've shown it admirably. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our final speaker of the day doesn't really need an introduction, so I'm not sure why I'm here. It's Ralph Arbeck, founder and CEO of Arcus. He'll tell you himself all the 1,001 things he's done. He's spoken, I think, at nearly every Nicholas Hall conference over the past few years. So, Ralph.
Greetings. So I have the distinct honor of being the only thing between you and drinks on a boat. Let me savor that for a second. That's a really cool sense of power right now. All right, so last presentation of the day. I do want to chat about a topic. Are we up there, yeah? It's about launching successful consumer healthcare brands. And we've talked a lot about it this morning, this afternoon. We've got lots and lots of examples. But I want to talk a little bit about the principles. Okay, and I've got way too many years of experience, probably even before some of you were born, launching consumer healthcare brands, launching cosmetic brands in 3 continents, et cetera, et cetera. And so I took this opportunity and I sat back and I said, you know what? What are some of the key learnings that I can sit down and think? And I opened myself up a bottle of wine. And this morning I saw that Nicholas had 10 steps to heaven. So I decided 10 steps to the universe, okay? So you're going to see me talk a little bit about principles and steps. So, but first, a show of hands. How many in the audience have been involved with or are involved with launching a consumer healthcare brand? Okay, practical. Now, keep your hands up. How many of those of you that have your hands up can consider it successful launch? Wait, you can't have... All right, 2 hands don't work, okay? But thanks for that, all right? So those of you who have your hands up because it's a successful launch, thanks very much for your time. I'll see you on the boat, okay? You don't need to listen to me. For those of you who are like humble enough, and thank you very much for spending the next 25 minutes with me, and I'm going to bore you to tears, let me explain or let me go through some of my experiences that I've had over way too many years, okay? So, as I've said, today we've seen many, many different examples of launching products, new product of the year, we've got the awards going on and so on. I'm not going to be sitting here telling you to launch brands for dummies, and by the way, I don't condone this book anyway. But what I do want to do is take my 40 years of experience and kind of distill it down into what I say there are some principles and there are some key steps to launching a successful brand, okay? So what's the problem? And I think a picture is worth 1,000 words. Here we have a typical shelf, happens to be in the UK, but how do you differentiate your product versus the sea of competition out there? Okay? And this is what we face every single day. Yay, I want to launch a product in that. Okay? So, I want you to meet Mary. And Mary is our marketing director in Germany. And I asked her the other day, I said, Mary, I want you to launch a probiotic in this highly competitive market in Germany, and that's her reaction. Okay? Does she look familiar to some of you? Yeah. All right. So what I said is, all right, Mary, calm down. All right. We're going to break this into some sizable chunks. All right? The first thing I said is, all right, we want to distinguish between how we launch products, so some of the key principles of launching, versus what I call the what, the steps, the specific steps to launching a product. Okay? So these two things, the how and the what, need to work intertwined. They need to work in conjunction with each other and so on and so forth. So on one side, you've got some principles. On the other side, you've got some key steps. All right? So it's like strategy and execution. And like the famous General Sun Tzu, the Chinese general, said, strategy without tactics is the slowest road to victory. And then he said, tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. All right? So these things need to work very much hand in glove. So let's focus a little bit more on the how. So the 5 key principles that I want to talk to you about, again, when I sat down and I thought about this, the first one is really about data-driven decision-making. All right? And data-driven decision-making is really around drive strategy and execution around researched hypotheses. All right? Now, I want to be clear that we don't do analysis paralysis. Okay? A lot of my clients spend hundreds of thousands of euros on focus groups and IQVIA and data out there wing-wang, okay? I mean, it's incredible. So you do have to balance this decision-making capability with the amount of money you spend to get to the actual hypotheses. It goes without saying, and I think some of our speakers said before, so you yourself, you need to adjust when necessary, all right? Do some analysis, get yourself a hypothesis, work with it. If it don't work, change it, all right? The second principle I want to talk about is focus. Now, particularly if you're a small player, as we heard, and you don't have the mega bucks or budgets like J&J or Haleon or Sanofi, you will need to make choices around your activities. And again, typically of many of my clients that I've worked with, there's just far too much spaghetti on the wall. Okay? There's a whole bunch of excitement. You're going to launch this product. Whack! Let's see what sticks. Okay? And that really doesn't work. And as I mentioned at the beginning, agree a hypothesis and stick with it. Okay? And of course, it's more important at the outset that you first have the focus and to do one activity right. And as you build success, you can then start to consider things like the 360 campaigns and omni-channels and everything else, all these sexy terms that we all hear about. But at the end of the day, I ask myself, how much money does all this cost? All right? And that's a consideration we have to talk about. So better to do one activity with a focused approach first. All right, principle 3. And the third principle is really around simplicity. Okay, and Da Vinci said it just ever so nicely. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And I see this every day. We always make things far too complex. All right? We just make things too complex. We end up confusing our consumers, our customers, and even ourselves. Okay? Everybody know the KISS principle? Yeah? Keep it simple and stupid? That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Okay? So for those of you that don't know, it's the KISS principle. So simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Principle 4 talks about speed, all right? And as we know, speed is critical to decision making and goes hand in glove with this flexibility. So accept your failures early on, all right? Stop trying to justify all your previous decisions. Move on quickly, all right? So speed is important, especially when you're launching a new product. And finally, the 5th principle, and we've heard this already many times, flexibility, nimbleness, et cetera, okay? And that's probably one of the last key principles that you really need to focus in on, is this flexibility. So, as I said before, test, move on quickly, learn from your mistakes, regroup and try again, but obviously learn. And the famous Darwin quote that has already been talked about already, the species that will survive is the one that is most adaptable to change. Okay? So those 5 principles were really, from my experience, what really stuck out to me on successful product launches. All right, let's shift gears. Let's now get into the specific steps, meaning as a consultant background, I need to give you some consulting steps, right? So, the first step, and for those of you that have seen me in action here before, I always talk about the consumer. Focus first on the consumer, okay? Look, we are protégés of the pharma RX industry, right? And in the pharma RX industry, you start with a molecule in the research lab. And then you figure out how to market it and then sell it to your consumer. Well, we need to change that paradigm. We need to first start with the consumer and find out the insights. So it's always been, again, one of my, I say, pet peeves, that we really don't understand our consumer. We really don't understand our consumer. So let me play for you a clip, and I apologize for those of you that have seen this clip before, but I think it really sums it up.
Hey there. Long time no see. Looking good.
Yeah. Let's just keep this simple. I want a divorce.
What now?
I think you heard me just fine.
Come on. This is me. What's wrong?
We don't talk anymore.
I just put down $1 million on a TV commercial just to talk to you.
Exactly. You do all the talking. I never get a chance.
Talk on our website, can't you?
Sure. If I want to say, order this product.
See?
It's not exactly a dialogue.
What about the print campaign, You can't tell me you missed the billboard in Times Square. That was like a 200-foot tall declaration of love.
You're saying you love me, but you're not behaving like you love me. It's not genuine.
I don't know. The agency said I was genuinely being funny. Genuinely being charming. They said you would love everything I did.
Could you keep your voice down? You're not doing a radio commercial. Look, whether you're funny or not, it's just, I've changed, and you haven't. I mean, we don't even hang out in the same places anymore. You're not even listening, are you?
Coupons. You want coupons, don't you? Look, come by the store. I got 2 words for you. Loyalty, reduction. Am I right? That was it, wasn't it? Let's just hug.
If you knew me, you'd know I don't care about that.
Know you? Sweetheart, I know everything about you. You're 28 to 34. Your online interests include music, movies, and laser hair removal. You have a modest but dependable disposable income. Am I the only one not getting the problem here?
I'm out of here.
Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Look, I'll tell you what. Come back here tomorrow. I'll give you the chance to win a Bahamas vacation. There's a small chance, minuscule, but technically still a chance. I want it to be like the old days.
I want it to be like the old days, right? You do all the talking. You're not behaving like you love me. It's not genuine. This is what consumers nowadays are really playing back to us, okay? And like Rodney presented this morning, only 26% of people believe that brands actually care about the consumer's health, okay? And this is exactly what's going on. So, let's now really take a little bit of a deeper dive around what we mean by getting closer to your consumers. Okay, so it's not just demographics, 28 to 34, modest disposable income, and so on. It really is around beliefs. It's around attitudes to that particular brand or product or category. It's about barriers. Why do people not take, in my example, a probiotic, for example? It's around the purchase environment. It's around the usage patterns, et cetera, et cetera. So as you can see, we're doing a really deep dive on what the consumer is really doing. And the biggest thing we want to get out of this is something we call consumer insights. All right? The consumer insights. Now, this for me is probably the most, if there's anything you remember tonight, at today's presentation, is remember this about consumer insights. So I'm going to play another video from a colleague of mine, Donna Bond from Australia, where she takes just 35 seconds and explains the difference between a consumer insight and a research finding.
I think it's important for businesses and insights managers or anybody who's wanting to understand consumers or understand target audiences to really get the difference between an insight and research findings. So an insight is really an aspect of human behaviour that a brand can use to leverage an opportunity out of, as opposed to a research finding, which are simply just the answers to the questions that you ask your target audience. So you might have 300 questions in a survey, you've got 300 research findings, but you don't have 300 insights. So you need to look at all that data, take a step back and say to yourself, exactly what is that telling me about my target audience? What aspect of human behaviour am I going to be able to build a brand around or develop some marketing strategies to act in response to? So I think one of the biggest mistakes that businesses make when it comes to insights is their insight contains information about a brand, a product or a service. And your insight has to simply just be about consumer behaviour. It has to be nice and clean, just about your target audience, because brands are built to respond to that.
So just in summary, again, what she said is, look, a research finding is simply a response to a question you ask. A consumer insight is an aspect of human behavior that a brand can use to leverage an opportunity. Okay? So if you ask 300 research questions, you're going to get 300 research findings, but you're not going to get a consumer insight. Okay? And companies' biggest mistakes around building brands is that they confuse these two. They need true consumer insights. And one of the best examples I heard today was Allegra. Okay? I mean, Allegra was a phenomenal example where they said, you know what? We have to move away from problem solution. All right? And their consumer insight was to transform from allergy sufferers to allergy fighters. Okay? And this benefit-led communication created an emotional bond with their target consumers. And that is a consumer insight, and a very powerful one. And as a side insight, as was mentioned earlier in the Allegra presentation, this powerful consumer insight creates what we call a campaignable idea. In other words, this campaignable idea has legs. We can use it for the future. It's not just a one-off campaign idea. Okay? We can leverage it off and on. All right. Enough about consumers. I can sit here for the next hour, but the gin and tonics are calling, so I'm going to move along. So the second thing we want to do is really then, once we have our consumer and we got these consumer insights, is to say, you know what? We need to build a brand essence. Okay? Call it a brand essence, call it a brand positioning, brand capsule, call it what you want. But this brand essence really has to be broken down into the value, you know, what's in it for me, the vision, as we've seen on a couple of occasions today, of what does your brand stand for? Okay? What's its personality? If your brand was an animal, what would it be? Right? The attributes, and the attributes is extremely important because it's the reason to believe. Okay? Your positioning down here, why am I different? We talked about this before. Remember the C of products. Why are you different than your competition? And finally, benefits. And please get away from strictly functional benefits. The only way you can build a sustainable brand for the future is to create an emotional bond with your consumer. Something like trust. That is an emotional bond. Okay? So a lot of work needs to be spent on this brand essence. Once we know our consumer, we've got some brand essence going on, then we can ask the question, how do you influence the purchase decision of your consumer? All right? Does your purchase consumer, is she really influenced by the GP or the pharmacy? We know 46% are friends and family, got it. But how else is she influenced in her purchase decision of your brand? Okay, so that's the third step that we really have to talk about. The fourth step is then to say, you know what? We need to build now our go-to-market business model. So we know our consumer, we know our brand essence, we know what really drives our motivation to purchase our brand. Then we start building our go-to-market or our business model. Okay, if that's pharmacy-oriented or just online-oriented, whatever, that all kind of falls out of the first three steps. All right, and the final one is obviously KPIs and measure. Okay, and as Sarah from Halion said this morning, we cannot manage what we don't measure. We cannot manage what we don't measure. So the KPIs are extremely important to make sure you first of all identify them, track them, and then you remember some of those principles: flexibility, speed, change it. Let's move on. Okay? So after I explain this, the how, if you will, a quick summary, if you will, for those of you who are just nodding off just about now. Data-driven decisions. We talk about focused. We talk about simplicity, speed, and flexibility. And those are the 5 core principles, if you will, for all of the activities that you do on your launch process. In terms of the what, the 5 key steps we talked about is, number 1, really understand your consumer. And please focus on insights. I want to say that again. Please focus on insights and not research findings. Then you develop your brand essence, which is all about your reason to believe, your unique selling properties, all the things you really got to do, all the marketing gurus around here that know all about this. Third is to then decide, okay, how does the target consumer, how can you influence that purchase decision? Once you've got that, then you can then sit down and say, okay, this is my go-to-market, my business model set up for launching my brand, and then finally, KPIs and measure. And of course, all of this is hand in glove. One behooves the other. Okay? So after I went through this with Mary, this is Mary now, today. Okay? She's a happy camper. Okay? So she's got all the tools now ready to rock and roll, and away we go. All right? So as my final slide, or actual video, I want to talk to you about Michael. And Michael is the CEO of the Dollar Shave Club. Everybody's heard of the Dollar Shave Club? Yeah, maybe in the US? Okay. So this is such an interesting story. So this single video that I'm going to show you was done in 2012 at a total cost of $4,500. Okay, not the McCann budgets that we're all used to. And this video kind of really encapsulates all those principles and the steps we talked about, okay, in a very short video. I mean, Michael knows his consumers. He knows what they want. He knows what they expect, and he threw in a whole bunch of humor to bring his point across, all right? In 2012, after they launched this video, within 10 minutes their server crashed because of the traffic it generated. All right? In 2012, they sold 12,500 razors, okay? And in 2016, he sold the company for a reported $1 billion to Unilever. All right? So, without much further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Michael, and he can tell us about his journey.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, pop up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
So with that, thank you very much and good luck on your launches. Okay?
Excellent as always, Ralph, and a great way to finish off what's been a really long day. Questions for Ralph, please. Got one there?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. One question about your methodology. You consider, of course, the consumers, the brand, and the business model, basically, how do you go to market. But relating to one of the first slides you showed with so much competition, how does the competition's behavior influence launching a brand? Do you take this into consideration? Is it part of the business plan, or how do you take this into account?
Absolutely, absolutely. You have to take it into account, and unfortunately, I only had 25 minutes today, so I'd love to spend some time and walk you through a whole detailed process. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to charge you. But anyway, no, I mean, the competition is a really interesting point and very good one, because again, it comes down to what do we do different to the competition, all right? It could be channel, it could be benefits, it could be claims, whatever it is, you need to look at your competition, because that's what your consumer does, right? If you're launching a new product, the consumer has choices. What makes you different than those choices, okay?
But yeah, it's a very interesting topic indeed, and I think it's nice that you presented the focus on the consumer, because also when you start a brand, it's good to know what the competition is doing.
Sure.
But focusing on your product or your brand and your benefits is usually more sustainable, because if you get too much influenced also by the competition, then sometimes the brand isn't so strong or unique.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd love to have that problem if the brand becomes so strong, you know. But I'd love to sit down afterwards and we'll go through some of the, because you not only have to look at competition, besides the consumers, the competition, you have to look at the channels you're in, you have to look at what I call competent influencers, like, right, especially in the CHC world. Then you have to look at your competencies of the company, and we talked a little bit about that already. You know, small, mean, 15 people, different, so there's a whole series of things that you have to look at, and I tried to make it as simple, and besides, I only had 10 things I could use because Nicholas had 10, so.
Thank you, Ralph. Anybody else?
Yeah, thank you, Ralph, for the presentation. I have one question on here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. So I've seen the 5 steps, and I think a lot of companies sort of follow those 5 steps. But the 5 principles you presented at the beginning, that gives agility, flexibility, speed, all that. How do you see big companies adopting those principles, and what could you recommend to do so?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that big companies don't follow those principles. And that's why 8 out of 10, oh, I screwed up, sorry, let's move on and so on. You're burning cash and so on. And honestly, if the bigger companies did more of this, like the flexibility and so on, then they would have much more success. And I think there are very specific examples of how a lot of these big companies pick up some of these M&A targets, and you know what? They leave them alone. They say, guys, you're doing really well. You're employing these 5 principles. If we layer our bureaucracy on top of you, we're going to suffocate you, right? And we're seeing much more of that happening today, and great for that. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any more? I've got one. That's a personal one. So you talked about targeting the consumer and the influences that may be on her. I'm seeing a growth of shopper marketing who treats the consumer and the shopper as different people. How does that fit in?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Just like launching, kids products. Who's the target? The kid or the mom? Books and books have been written about that. But clearly back to shopper and consumer, yes, they could be different. And in many cases in consumer healthcare, they are, right? So then you really have to sit down and say, all right, is it the shopper I want to go after, or is it the consumer? Okay? And it is a difficult question. That's why when I say consumer, I've generically put like shopper in there, but you have to make the distinction. Very good point.
Thanks, Rob. Any more? Okay, thank you very much.
Great. I need a gin tonic. Thank you.
Well, that does pull us to the end of what's been a long but great day. We've had data, we've had insights, we've had case studies, we've had projections, we've had people denying the projections they made so they can stand here next year and say, I never said that, you can't prove it. A lot of the focus has been on our consumers, and that's right. We need to know what they want so we can provide it for them. And I want you to do one more thing for me, please. In the center of your table, there'll be a little card not dissimilar to this with a QR code on. And that's so we, at the Consumer Healthcare Training Academy, with Nicholas and Steve, can give you what you want. So please do the survey. It's 5 minutes. It tells us what you need, what skills you might need to help you help your customers, your consumers, your shoppers. So we haven't done this for a while, but I think it's really important we find out what it is you need, what ticks your boxes. That's all from me apart from 2 things. One, we're meeting at 6:20 in the lobby. According to Nina, ladies and gentlemen and others, don't wear your stilettos. This could be dangerous. And we will be leaving promptly at 6:30 on the Thames. It might get a bit chilly, so I'd have a jumper or something upon you as you shoot off down the Thames. But that's the formal end of the work sessions for today, so thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, just in case you weren't listening to the very last part, it's very, very important that you meet in reception at 6:20. As said, you will be leaving at 6:30 to go to Tower Millennium Pier. If you miss the boat, you literally will miss dinner. So please make sure you're in reception at 6:20 and don't miss the boat.